now.
Tools will be explained at the end of
And get into it, I guess.
So you want to beat Battle for Bikini Bottom as quickly as possible,
In
using
1 hour.
advanced techniques you've probably seen in other people's speedruns. Or maybe you're here to try out some of this stuff for fun. Either way, you've come to the right place. Whether you've never seen a speedrun before, or maybe you're a returning speedrunner after a long hiatus, you'll hopefully be nailing all the strategies used to beat this game in under an hour by the end of this tutorial. In fact, to ensure the explanations of these tricks are made as clear as possible, I collaborated with several speedrunners, brand new and experienced alike,
Yeah, I
to
think you
learn
had
the
people
run using this
playtest
video
this.
and provide feedback on what to improve. Those who chose not to remain anonymous will have their names listed in the credits section. Now, before we get into the basics, I
Shift, please do not put my name in a speedrun tutorial.
must ask that if you find this video
like
helpful,
this.
or if you're a long-time fan
Imagine
of this
somebody
game, that
wants
you
to be
leave a like
anonymous.
on this video because it really helps make this content more visible to more people. All I want is for as many people to see and learn the game with this resource as possible. So without further ado, let's get into the basics.
This tutorial is about 5 years old, by the way. Also, can you guys hear everything just fine?
All timestamps are listed in the description of this video. You can use them to help yourself navigate through the tutorial more efficiently. Battle for Bikini Bottom is playable on 3 versions and 6 platforms. The game was originally released for PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube, and is playable through backward compatibility on the Wii, Xbox 360, and backward compatible PS3. All you have to do is put the original disc into the next generation console. Every strategy covered in this video is doable on all versions and Dolphin emulator as well. However, if you're aiming to get a sub 1 hour time, that goal is only achievable on the Xbox and Xbox 360 versions due to the faster loading times on these platforms. But sub 1 hour shouldn't be your immediate goal anyway. That's more of a long-term thing. So learn the game and do some runs with whatever version you have access to, and then pick up an Xbox or Xbox 360 once you get more into it. I and a lot of my friends personally started with the GameCube version and switched later. In fact, GameCube, Wii, and Dolphin emulator are the most popular starting platforms, so don't worry about which version you start with. There's always time to upgrade later.
Which I am playing on Xbox on HDD, so the fastest loads. So
I'll leave
we're all
some links
set on
in the
that.
description of this video for where you can purchase the game. But generally speaking, if you go on eBay and search for the game name and whatever version you're looking for, such as Battle for Bikini Bottom, Xbox 15 is the emulator, start a run, I have to teach you guys how to move. This game being a 3D platformer and all. And I don't mean basic controls like jumping and spinning and bashing. I mean more subtle things that you didn't notice when you were a kid. So yeah, the first thing you'll notice when you boot up this game is that the movement controls feel very sensitive. And a big reason for this is because of the pivot turning function. Notice how if you turn Spongebob in the complete opposite direction, he'll sort of pivot instead of walking in a straight line. Keep this in mind for later because there are a lot of tricks that involve walking and turning in a straight line, in which you will need to jump before turning. By jumping before turning, you can negate the effects of the pivot. This is an important strategy when facing the camera and trying to turn around in the opposite direction, such as after collecting
just always jump before you move,
or facing the opposite direction and
then try and move as
the camera,
quickly
such as with the
right after the jump.
glide. Jumping in this game is also nuanced.
Or you can't sponge
glide. You may
glide,
be familiar with this from other games, but depending on how long you hold down the A button, Spongebob will jump shorter or higher, and this applies to both his single and double jumps. By far the most important concept for you.
Yeah, like sometimes you just want to do like literally double press A and you just get that double jump animation just for like that. Like you can actually get really specific jump heights in this game depending on how long you want to hold that button and which jump you want to go for, and if you want 2 big jumps or 2 small ones.
Your ask right now is jump spacing, however. When walking off a ledge, Spongebob has 15 frames or 1/4 of a second to jump before falling. You can also extend this distance by using the spin attack in midair, which is also referred to as spin stalling. Maximizing your jumps, jump spacing off a ledge, and spin stalling.
It's actually crazy how long they give you.
Concepts you must understand and practice to advance in this game. One control you may not be aware of is switching camera profiles. Zooming the camera is done differently on each console, but for example, on the Xbox version you press down the right analog stick, and on the GameCube version you press the Z button. Now if you've seen a speedrun of this game before, you might be wondering, how do the runners move through the menu so quickly? And the answer is that rather than holding down the control stick, or pressing down on the same control stick repeatedly, you can actually alternate moving both the left and right control sticks up or down. Because the pause menu takes input from both the left and right analog sticks, this allows you to achieve that fast menuing. If you're playing on the PS2 or GameCube version, you will need a memory card to do one of the tricks in this tutorial. And if you're playing on Dolphin, you're going to have to emulate taking the memory card in and out. So for Dolphin users, I'll show you how to do this now, if you want.
Speedrun the tutorial, baby.
By defeating Robot Patrick. With the Bubble Ball power-up, we can abuse the Ski Ball machine in the Goo Lagoon Pier to generate collect 7 and after it disappears. This rule applies to what's ahead. The objective of the game is to collect 75 golden spatulas to enter the Chum Bucket Lab and defeat the Robot Spongebob boss. You obtain 2 spatulas from defeating this boss, so therefore you end with 77 spatulas. There are 2 power-ups along the way you'll need to do this: the Bubble Bowl and the Cruise Bubble. The Bubble Bowl is obtained by defeating Robot Sandy. The Cruise Bubble is obtained by defeating Robot Patrick. With the Bubble Bowl power-up, we can abuse the Skee Ball machine in the Goo Lagoon Pier to generate shiny objects for purchasing toll gates and golden spatulas. So our first objective in part 1 will be to unlock the entire hub world and collect enough golden spatulas to obtain the Bubble Bowl power-up. In part 2, we will use the Skee Ball machine trick and collect other golden spatulas to make a total of 40. Therefore having enough to enter the Robot Patrick boss fight and obtain the Cruise Bubble from defeating him. Now that we've achieved both powers, we can enter part 3, during which we'll use the cruise boosting exploit to sweep the rest of the game. Throughout the run, we will collect a total of 20 socks to trade to Patrick. For these 20 socks, we will obtain 2 golden spatulas for trading them in. So make sure you're paying attention to the sock locations as we're going through the run.
So we get 20 of them, okay.
Now that you understand the game's basic mechanics and a general idea of how the route will work, it's time to actually start going through the route. This will effectively be the end of the setting up section. For the next 3 sections, I recommend you pace yourself. Perhaps only go through 1 part per day, 1 part for every few days, or so forth. The actual gameplay is something you don't want to rush learning. And if you're having trouble remembering the order of things, don't worry. The split file I'll be creating for you to use will have the number of golden spatulas.
It's crazy how cruise boosting works with like bouncing on platforms.
And other speedrunning tools will be explained at the end of this video in part 4.
Get so much height.
Now let's get started with part 1. Throughout the next 3 parts of this tutorial, I'm going to be speaking very quickly. So please pause the video and
speedrunning the tutorial too
if you need to at any point. This tutorial is designed for you to do that, so please watch at your own pace.
Alright, so we're going to watch this up until I feel like I can't remember everything that was shown to me. And then I'll go do it.
The Xbox version, you want to insert your memory card at this point, because we do use the autosave feature for the first part of the run. It's necessary for performing one of these tricks. So you're going to want...
Memory... I didn't even know I would need the memory card. Oh wait, I should have an internal memory card. Like since it's running off the SSD, can I just... Or do you want to use a memory card?
Press start, go to new game. Select yes when it asks if you want to save your progress.
We'll figure that out later.
Select the file you want to overwrite. And when you select yes on this, the timer starts. So say yes and start the timer at the same time. You'll notice that during areas where not a lot of explanation is required, I'm going to speed up the gameplay just to make things go by faster. So here we just collect 50 shiny objects to open the closet, collect the spatula, and we're going to leave the pineapple now. Now we're coming up to the most important glitch in the entire game. The first thing you do when you walk out of the pineapple is go to the taxi pad and lay next to it. When the hand grabs you, select yes to confirm the taxi prompt. So when you respawn, turn right to Mr. Krabs, and we're going to start scaling Squidward's house. This will be your first basic platforming test. So you'll recall that in part 0, I mentioned that holding down the A button for different durations of time will extend or shorten your jumps. So make sure that you're maximizing your jumps when you jump to the nose and then to the ear. And if you get the second jump right, you will grab the ledge on the ear, and you'll be able to climb on top of Squidward's house to get the golden underwear and jump over to SpongeBob's pineapple. And now we'll do the second part to disabling the hand. Walk back to the taxi pad and lay in the same spot you did before, and the hand should grab you and drag you into the loading zone over the taxi pad. And if you did this successfully, you should have the hand disabled. Now keep in mind that just because the hand is disabled, that doesn't mean that you can just go out of bounds on the sand and not get grabbed. The kill sand still has the same properties at the moment, where if you stand on it for an extended period of time, you will get grabbed. However, what is disabled is the kill aura or kill zones that are hovering over the out of bounds areas such as Cowabungie. So in this part, we're going to grab the sock in the first part of Jellyfish Fields and jump to the spatula, which is located out of bounds in the Cowabungie area. You might find this jump a bit harder than the one that we just did earlier. If you recall part 0, I mentioned that you can walk off a ledge for 15 frames or 1/4 of a second before losing your ability to jump. So make sure you space out that jump as long as possible. Walk off the ledge for as long as you can and do a full jump. and then another full jump, and then spin to make it to the ledge. And remember that you're practicing, so don't be afraid to fall here and just experiment a little bit with how long you can wait. There will be tighter jumps later in the run, so you're going to want to get used to making these now. Now jump down from the sock platform to the spatula located inside the ditch. If you're having difficulty grabbing this spatula, I recommend turning the camera downward to get a better visual on it. So once you grab the spatula, you'll respawn and you'll notice that the save game logo is over the screen. At this point, you want to pause the game and warp back to the first spatula in Bikini Bottom on top of the pineapple. And if you did this successfully, you will notice that the save game glitch has been activated. So as I mentioned before, disabling the hand does not protect you from the kill sand out of bounds. However, the save glitch does. So because we have this active, we can walk out of bounds over around downtown, and we're going to walk around all the way to get past the first hub area and skip to the tree dome. So this is going to take a little bit of time for you to walk around, so I'm just going to speed it up just so you can see where to go. And keep in mind there are a lot of invisible barriers out here. So remember, you can rewind and rewatch this video if you're having trouble remembering.
This also might be one of the first things I learn is like how to do a faster method of this.
I also find that zooming in the camera here can help you see where you're going. Just so the dialogue
maybe
at the top of the
just
screen
because it's so early in the run that even if it's difficult, it'd be worth it, because this is going to take a second to run around all this. But I guess this will be a good spot for me to start playing up till this point until we get to the tree dome. So yeah, let me unmute that. Also, I did not load the game yet. The background noise you hear will go away in a second. And let me fix my monitor. I have to do that a lot. Switching back and forth to watch this. Yeah, I'll have to figure out the memory card stuff. I should have a memory card like semi near me, but
I can't hear you.
So new game. Yes. We'll just use the first slot. And yep. So hold upright. A, then B.
I make myself a snack.
And get ready. Oh, get ready to press B.
A note.
There's one jump there. Oh, running here, we can mash B. So it says you can mash B up until you get the bubble bowl, which at that point you'd have most of the tutorials done anyways. So okay.
There's nothing like
mash A, B. Immediately come here. Oh. Yeah, the second I see him in that animation. I should just like let go. So skip through that dialogue. Boom. He's saying to go from here to the nose and then jump to the ear. And I can't lose any height. Not sure if I'll like this method, but I'm not getting ledge grab all too often. I'm probably not hard committing enough, or I just need to like scale up the nose a little bit more, or go from the front side maybe of it. Where I feel like the way I was doing it before was like this. I feel like that's almost like a little bit faster, and it's just working better for me. So I'll probably just do it like that. If something changed with this game recently, not to my knowledge. Okay, go to disable again. Oh, he told me yesterday he was thinking about it. No, me and Liquid Wi-Fi, we just tend to crave the same games near the same time. It's pretty funny.
We can't jellyfish today.
Like when he wants to play Bully, I want to play Bully. Like same thing with Family Guy. And dude, it was weird. He started playing this game called Simpsons Hit and Run right when I was playing it. That's a wacky coincidence. honestly. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to Bikini Bottom with the save screen up. And I don't know, we'll just go. I might want to watch his thing back, but I'm pretty sure he went left of this. I should have made some more mental notes. I made a couple, but oh, okay, well, this is a good way to find out. So be left of that building right there, or at least that's just a cut in. Like once I get around there, yeah, it's like, how soon can I cut in here is the question. Do we get all the way up to the building? Past the building. Okay, boom. Okay, hold on. Let's good thing I've had so much Dragon Ball Z Sagas practice that I can just like figure something out. So what I would probably do here then, okay, there's the wall, is basically as I'm running up here, let me, I need to go completely back because I just want to figure out like my visual cue essentially for this. So here, actually, well, I don't know why I'm doing that when I could just warp back. Okay. So let's try holding straight left. And hey, Mario fan. So straight left, go around that right, I guess. Let's try that. I feel like I'm gonna definitely hit the invisible wall. Maybe go left at the Tikis. Yeah, let's go left at the Tikis. Do that until, oh, basically we're just gonna try and maybe use that shadow as a guide, but also that building. Ooh. Okay, so we actually want to probably run straight into that building actually. So yeah, we can go pretty left here. So lined up with the building now, let's try that out. I still think I'm gonna bump, yeah. Oh wait, I was supposed to line up with this building. Or no, with that one. Maybe slightly left of center. Like, it's kind of hard. Yeah, wait, how can I get a consistent like angle with the camera? Like, will it readjust itself? Yeah, so I just don't touch the camera at all then. Because then my camera movement will always be consistent if I'm just relying on that to do it. Okay, still bumped the wall. Yeah, a lot of people probably assume, but I never did because like the game was already pretty popular. I probably wouldn't have gotten a lot of traction, but I don't really care about like that anymore, so I just want to pick up fun games now. Dude, I don't even have most of my games submitted, which is crazy. Okay, sorry, I'll stop messing with this. I was just thinking. Yeah, we'll just go in line with this. Maybe use, how about that? Yeah, that's about right. So like, okay, actually what a better visual cue is being in between that black line and then this building. Being about in the center will get me there. And then I'll just cut in, hold straight up. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna find a visual cue. So let's see, if when that mound of dirt disappears, can we go in? No. We can, right when that purple touches the edge of the screen, the purple stuff in the background. So right now. So cut in. And we'll have to figure out where the next invisible walls are. Uh-oh. I'm in a box. All right, so we'll have to walk around. Yeah, we gotta figure this out. Okay, so right there. Interesting. So right about where this green grass is. So if we're like coming at it from this, we'd probably just want to get to where this is and then just cut in towards jump bucket. Shouldn't take too long with HED loads, you think? Okay, so that was not good. Wait, did I really have to go this far out? Wow. Okay. So around these rocks, I guess. Here, we'll go back through this. I'll watch this video again at this point. I didn't realize it was gonna be so difficult to follow. Okay.
Part to disabling the hand. Now not get grabbed. Walk off, make sure you space, and then another full jump, and then spin to make it to the ledge. And remember, we type the spatula downward to get a better
You're
visual.
a gamer, man.
So once you grab the spatula, you'll respawn, and you'll notice that the first spatula switch has been activated. So as I mentioned before, disabling the hand does not protect you from the kill sand out of bounds. However, the save glitch does. So because we have this active, we can walk out of bounds over around downtown, and we're gonna walk around all the way to get past
Bad tutorial. He could have cut that corner way harder.
the first hub
Yeah.
area and skip to the tree dome. So this is gonna take a little bit of time for you to walk around, so I'm just gonna speed it up just so you can see where to go. And keep in mind there are a lot of invisible barriers out here. So remember, you can rewind and rewatch this video if you're having trouble remembering the exact path we took out of bounds.
So it's
I
over by
also
these
find
purple
that zooming
rocks
in the
right there.
camera
Then he
here
cuts
can
in.
help
I
you
just want to see
where
what his
you're going.
line
Just
is.
so the dialogue at the top of the screen.
You don't like this route? Yeah, I said you're on a legit Xbox, right? Not a 360. Yeah, I'm on a OG Xbox, Lotto. Yeah, what I think this would be one of the first tricks that I do something better at, because even if it's difficult, that it's at the beginning of the run, so it's not really a big deal. Is that water? Can that water or the goo over there hurt you? Okay. You did your own thing. I mean, hey, that's what way to do it. Okay. Let's put that all together now. I like to just overanalyze every little part of what I'm doing whenever I'm learning these games. Like, I just like to think like, how, like, visual cue for this, like, where do I do this, where do I do this? It's like I just like to have it all figured out. Okay, so like I said, my visual cue is going to be halfway in between that shadow there and then this. I might need to be a little bit more left here, so I think I'm gonna, nope, wrong. Okay, so that's fine. And at this point, you could cut in until I hit the wall. And we're gonna go until that touches that, then cut in. And we're gonna run back here. I'm gonna try and aim just for the middle of those. Ooh, that's probably not good. Let's just stick with that. I don't think this will work. I think I need to be more left. But we'll try. Yeah. So let's maybe try. Yeah, in between these two rocks, actually, will be what it is. And then once that's off, yeah, I mean, okay, hold on. I could probably even cut in sooner than that. Probably cut in even sooner. So yeah, let me see. Let me find the wall again. So the wall is right here, right at this one. So like right when we get past that, we are golden. And this extends, yeah, about to the halfway mark. That's completely fine to aim for. We're gonna aim right here. When that disappears, cut in. Okay, perfect. So walk here, don't touch the camera at all. That disappeared, cut in. And then aim for right, oh wait, the tree dome's right there. So we'll aim straight for the tree dome. Right there, perfect line. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the good luck, dude. I'm just gonna not jump or do anything and see if he just walks over all this without being impeded. No. Wait, I wanted to see if that goo was physical over here. Oh no, I don't think it is. I think they just put this texture out there. Oh, is this rock? Oh. I actually spent a lot of time like out of bounds when I was a kid. Like I didn't know how to disable Hans, so I found like 2 ways of doing it, of getting out of bounds, like getting past it. Then I was able to explore. Surprised you want to learn this game? Why would you be surprised? I would play like 90% licensed games. This would be the most surprising, or least surprising game for me to play.
Sandy, your tree dome is leaking.
Alright, I'm gonna exit level, and then let's go check out the tutorial. Yeah, I played this game a lot. Like, you could just kind of explore around, dude. It's great. It was such a good game. If a game like this was made nowadays, there would just be invisible walls blocking you from having any fun.
What you want to do here is go to the right and destroy all the duplicated-trons. There are 3 of them, so you want to get them all. Walk over around to the area where you see the fountain and the Thunder Tiki, then turn around and do a full sweep back. And you should be able to get rid of the rest of the robots that were on your way to the duplicated-trons. Collect the golden spatula, and if you're on PS2, GameCube, or Dolphin, remove the memory card after the save game logo disappears. This will save you a lot of time throughout the run because those platforms take a while to save the game. If you're on the Xbox version, however, the game saves instantly, so disregard this. And if you're using Dolphin, remove the memory card.
I was actually worried about that. I was like, wait, I don't have a memory card. Am I have to like get a memory card and make sure and like take it? No, it's just so fast. It doesn't matter. The time save of that trick, I'm guessing. Although, is that like save glitch only used for that trick at the beginning and there's nothing else?
0. And remember that even though we're not using the memory card for the run past this point, make sure you keep it around to put it back in and save your game if you find yourself wanting to take a break between learning sessions, because you don't want to have to redo everything to continue learning. And now it's time to set up the second hub world skip, which utilizes an exploit
I'm looking
called
forward to
Spongebob
this.
storage. Landing out of a double jump causes the Spongebob animation to delay itself.
I'm scared
so
it's
by
dark.
double jumping and landing on top of a Spongebob, you'll notice that without giving any analog input, the Spongebob will wait to come out.
5 more seconds, that would have been a panic
attack. So what we can do is double jump on top of the Spongebob and not give any analog input, so he just stays in his animation. Then double jump again and move forward while you're in midair. The reason why we need to move while we're in air and not on the ground is because walking will cancel the animation that's being used to store the Spongebob. So double jump over the Spongebob and land on it. Double jump again during the crouching animation and push forward. Make sure that you stop moving before you land on the ground, otherwise you'll transform into the Spongebob. Keep repeating this motion until you get to the grass patch by the toll gate, and go around it to avoid getting the text box that's by the industrial park entrance.
That's the trick.
You're gonna have to jump on top of the toll gate right on this edge so you don't get the text box, and then jump straight to the ledge up here, and hold into the corner that's between this gate and the wall.
Okay.
This part may be a little bit more difficult as it requires a little bit more control, but we're going to attempt to get on top of the police station from this state now. Flick your control stick to the left so Spongebob rolls off the cliff a bit, and once he gets a little bit farther down, push back into the wall so he bounces off of it.
Boing.
And when you notice that he's gained a little bit of height, press the B button to cancel the Spongebob, and press the A button to jump immediately after you cancel it. If you press these buttons quickly one after another, you'll do a single jump out of the Spongebob and you'll be able to get another double jump on top of the police station. Now I said to use the B button to cancel and the A button to jump, but that'll differ based on which console you're using. But you will notice that when you're playing, there are 2 buttons that can be used to cancel the Spongebob. So just make sure you're using separate buttons for canceling the Spongebob and jumping. This makes things a bit easier as you can just slide your thumb from one button to the other.
I'll practice that, what he just said right there, before I get into it. Because I didn't do too much Spongebob stuff during the run yesterday. So I just need to like make sure I'm
If you're having
confident in
trouble
what controls
bouncing off
what.
the wall, try pulling back on the control stick immediately after bouncing off. Pushing forward into the wall and pulling back immediately
just
after
continued
you hit it
out
can
of
give you a much
bounds?
stronger and higher bounce.
And or something, just went straight
Once
to
you're
the
on
chum
top of the
bucket.
police station, I recommend getting the golden underwear inside the pipe. This isn't required, but it'll make things a lot easier if you're new to the game. It does lose time to collect it though, so if you want to avoid it, then just go ahead. Now,
probably
to
end up
skip to the
avoiding
second
that.
hub area, walk up to
I mean,
the
not
corner
for practice,
of the police
but
station
in
like
runs.
so. And
I don't
now
see
you'll
there's
have
any
to
reason to
space
grab
two
that.
extended jumps and a spin to get over the ledge, just like this.
No, maybe for first runs. Yeah, maybe for just completing first runs. I don't know.
Beware the invisible wall that extends over the cliff. If it's blocking you when you're jumping over the wall, try just going more to the left on your way over.
Yeah, it does extend out a bit further than it looks. He actually did a walk-off jump there, so you don't
Once
need
you're
too much
over, Go
height.
inside the chum bucket and make your way up to the pipe to bash off of it and grab this bash.
I didn't know that either.
Now, sometimes this bash won't work on the Xbox 360 version,
Okay,
so if you're on
we
that
can
version,
go up to that point. So we gotta do a tree dome. Okay. So. Okay. Oh wait. Everything just started spawning. Let me start from like. Forgot that would happen. So we'll get boom, boom. Missed that guy. Boom, boom. Boom. That's fine. Boom, boom. Oh. Then there. Cool. Assuming we just exit out of this. Oh, gotta be careful of Sandy when we get. Oh, we gotta get like right in front of the door. Okay. And then Spongebob. Okay, already found. All good, dude. Ah. Oh yeah, so I was gonna practice the buttons. So A takes you out and then B takes you out. So I'd want to press B to get, whenever I do this jump, B to cancel it and then A to jump. Can I do this with a single jump, or does it has to be the double jump? Oh, that's right. I need to avoid that. I had nearly forgotten. Well, I did forget, yeah. Oh wait, yeah, because I can't do the spin once we jump. Okay, once we scale it, I can't do spin. I was kind of getting myself in a rhythm there. I was like, wait, can't do that. I want to aim a little bit more like this way. I'm also trying to do like a quick double press A on here. Hopefully that still works. Yeah. Oh yeah, once I hit this, I can go like that. All right. And you were saying go left, right, B, A. So left. Oh no. A little too much sauce. All right, now I'm used to the momentum. Okay. Okay, here. Boom. I did not get any. I did not get the air that he got. Am I bouncing? What am I bouncing into exactly? Am I bumping back into this corner, or is it just this wall in general? Maybe. I'll try a little bit more wall than fence, but oops. Right now I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail this a lot because I'm trying to like figure out the exact limits of like how much distance I can get with this. So boom. Oh. That again. Let's try to angle it like this, so. I need to watch him do it again. I'm like, I feel like I'm so far off of like getting any type of fight. Like it doesn't even feel very satisfying.
Go inside the, but it'll make things for the police much stronger after.
Okay, let me see.
If you're having trouble bouncing off the wall, try pulling back on the control stick immediately after bouncing off. Pushing forward into the wall and pulling back immediately after you hit it can give you a much stronger and higher bounce.
Yeah, and he's also pulling it. Yeah.
Let me.
Hello. I hit the fence again. Down. Oops. Oh, I did that. It's not that bad, honestly. I've had worse things to practice that safe stage, trust me. All right, so boom. Not the right part of the wall still. Okay, I like that. My finger slipped off. Okay. Wait. Oh, what's the rhythm I should be doing that at? Should I be jumping like immediately after canceling? I'm gonna try that because like I'm like after I press B, SpongeBob just like plummeted. So I guess I need to like cancel that. I don't know why I'm doing that. Do you see what I'm saying though? He just goes like just drops so low. Is that just like how this works? Like if I go hit like a jump of some sort.
Up for a game of Spongebob?
Yeah, it's more of like a fluid motion, like literally BAA and then just, yeah, like BA. See what I'm saying? See, okay. That's what I didn't. I don't know if he explained that correct, like properly, or what, or if I just wasn't listening. Probably the latter, but okay. That was the issue. Oh, I didn't double jump there. I don't know if you did, Hustler. Yeah, thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Need to make sure. I feel like I need enough air that it clears like that platform. Oh, what the hell? Spongebob is back for a while, my guy. Because we will be grinding us. Oh, there we go, baby. Okay. See, after I just practiced the inputs there, we're all good, yeah. But now I have to make the jump. Monkus. All right. So just like right. Well, let me double make sure real quick where he is doing, where he's jumping from. I'm not even gonna switch the screen. I'm just gonna check real quick.
Once you're done, just go ahead. Beware of the to the left on the wall that extends over the cliff. If it's blocking,
okay. Kim Possible. Did see that there was a Kim Possible game. Don't know if that's any good. Yeah, good luck on American Idol on the GBA, bro. You got this. All right, so we're going like slightly left of that bolt there. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We'll proc that. I already need to check it again. Yo, Alien Man, how are you doing, bro? Thanks for stopping by.
Are indeed coming from the chum
My
bucket.
audio gets cooked?
Yes, right where you're standing. Plankton, owner of the Chum Bucket, and best known for the creation of robots whose sole purpose is to cause mayhem and destruction.
What audio is cooked right now? There's like 3 different sources. Oh, the game. Yeah, that's weird. There's not even a disk read error. Okay, yeah. I noticed that too. I was like, oh, hopefully it's not something on my end.
you when you're jumping over the wall, try just going more to the left. Is that happening
consistently? It must have happened yesterday. I didn't even remember you saying it yesterday. I just noticed it now.
Once you're over, go inside the chum bucket and make your way up to the pipe to bash off of it and grab the spatula. Now sometimes this bucket and make your way up to the pipe to bash.
Or maybe I modded the game to cheat. Did you guys ever think of that?
Bash off of it and grab the spatula.
So you jump there.
Now sometimes this bash won't work.
And then twist into it. I'm gonna get the next. I'm gonna get the sub 40. It's gonna happen. 3 days of practice in the bin. Yo, Hasfar, what's good, gamer?
They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love.
Sweet. Oh, that's easy. Oh, wrong scene. Fuck. It was easy. Oh, we're already back to I'm already back to this anyways. How did he jump up there though? Oh, he did that too. You just have to jump and get it before the thing explodes.
Work on the Xbox 360 version. So if you're on that version and you can't do it, use the wall jump mechanic instead.
Xbox 360 version you can't?
Just walk out of the chum bucket and talk to
Yeah, I was surprised I didn't get it yesterday. I was like, huh, maybe this is harder than I thought it was. I think I just wasn't twisting him into it.
The Krusty Krab.
Like
we're not going to go to the Krusty Krab yet, but we're going to save it for later. We are now ready to enter SpongeBob's dream. Keep in mind entering this that there is about to be a great difficulty spike in learning these tricks. Super Bounce Skip may take you some time to learn, and Oil Skip most definitely will take you longer to learn the other tricks. So remember to stay patient and keep referring back to the video when you struggle. Learning these tricks now will benefit you greatly in the long run.
Yeah, I've never learned this game before. I've attempted to in the past, but then never got around to it, so I'm basically started from scratch because I only remembered like 3 things from whenever I learned this game before, like many years ago. I think this right here was what I maybe had learned up to or like attempted to. I can't remember. We got that oil skip. That seems pretty sick. That's probably save a lot of money too. Oh, and yeah, I do know how to do that one. No fast enough for this guy.
For 2 of these skips, you'll have to climb the blocks leading up to the first platform. These blocks turn on a cycle that starts when you load into the level. So to accurately simulate what it'd be like in a run, make sure you pause the game and reload the first spatula to start the level with the standard block cycle. You can skip to the 3rd block
do you
by
want to
jumping
get sub
straight across and
39?
get
Yeah,
the right
dude.
push off for the first block. Or you can damage
Use that
boost
to
off the
initiate in
second block.
2nd gear before the game starts.
For the next
Pretty
spike
easy.
block, you can
I
land
don't know
on
why
this
shift doesn't
corner
do it.
here to damage boost off and go to the next area. But keep in mind, you have to land on this exact area, otherwise the spikes will knock you into inconsistent directions. If you don't want to use the damage boost here, just wait for the block to turn so you can jump on the side without the spikes. But keep in mind that if you do this, you will throw off the cycle for the next skip, which is Super Bounce Skip.
Yeah, just take the
Start by
damage.
spinning on the edge of this slide to accelerate faster. The longer you stay on the slide, the more speed you'll pick up.
That's
Now
cool.
when you reach the edge of the slide here, perform 2 fold jumps. Because remember, you want to extend your distance as far as possible with this jump, otherwise you're not going to make it. If you extend your jumps far enough, you should land on the edge of this block. Now there's a relatively
tongue's going
small
crazy
window
in
for jumping
slow-mo.
off the edge of this block. If you watch closely here, the frames during which Spongebob's tongue is gone and he's taking his first steps forward are the ones on which you can input a jump. However, a lot of these later frames are useless because if you jump so late that you're pretty much off the block, you're not going to be
wait
able to
for
get
his
on
tongue to
top of it
disappear?
anyway, regardless of whether you get your jump. Since
I
the
would just
jump timing
mash.
for this is especially
I
tight,
hope it all
you're
works
not going to
out.
be able to react to landing on the block in time to be able to jump. So what you should do instead is anticipate landing on it and press the A button when you know you're going to be landing on the block, instead of just reacting to it. This is what the jump looks like slowed down frame by frame. Make sure that through the entire duration you're jumping off the slide.
I don't think SBA is going to be in this tutorial, but I could very well be wrong.
Analog stick pushed forward. Only stop pushing the analog stick forward after you jump off the side of the block. This will allow you to get stuck to the side of the block and jump, and then prepare yourself for getting on top of the block. Now, getting on top of this block is a whole different story, and because my original recording didn't have the block visible, I decided to re-record it, just so you can see what's going on. The most important aspect of this trick to understand is that the spikes have hitboxes all around them. They're not just on top, so if you push forward into these spikes while you're making your way up to the block, you will get knocked away from the block. Instead, make sure that your jump is already higher than the spikes before pushing into them. That way you land on top of the spikes and get damage boosted upward, rather than being damage boosted away from them. And now for the final part of this trick, getting on top of the trampoline. You have 2 options to use based on which block cycle you're on. Go for the trampoline in front of you if it's not already under the next block. If this trampoline's already out of reach, turn around and jump on the trampoline that should be approaching you. Keep in mind that if you're waiting for the next trampoline to come, you can stand on the spikes for a short while after being damaged. Just don't stand on them for too long or your health will deplete. And once you land on the trampoline, you can land on top of Squidward's house and grab the next spatula.
Okay, let's try and do that. Do you just leave? I need to go look at the video and I don't feel like pulling back up. Do you just leave the chum bucket now, or is there a spatula warp you can use? Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, so we got out here, head straight left.
Bubble butt.
Uh-oh. So I think we actually need to go like up left to hit Bubble Buddy because he'll pull me out of that. The Bubble Buddy.
with sleep. Gary?
Oops. Actually, I should probably save my health because this jump's clearable without it. Yeah, I shouldn't have walked off the block. Oh. Oh. Wow. We're gonna make it. Makes it look so easy. Probably something I'm not doing. Just want to go for a ledge grab here. Is that what he does, or like how does he make it on there? Oh, I tried. Hey, I did the thing you said not to do. Yeah, we're all plenty of time to practice this anyways, so. I'll give it like a couple more attempts and then I'll check his video again. Oh my gosh. Definitely gonna be off cycle for that. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to react. Oh wait, does that warm me in the same spot? Okay. Yep, I'm an Xbox. Okay, let me pay a little bit more attention to all of the things he's doing.
Up a squib. Just if you're waiting, I'm ready to read. You block, or you can spike block to land on damage boost here. Just wait for the block to turn so you can jump on the side in consistent direction. But keep in mind, you have to make sure you pause the third block and reload the first spatula. To start the level with the standard block cycle, you can skip to the third block by jumping straight across if you get the right push off for the first block, or you can damage boost off the second block. If you get the to start the level with the standard block cycle, you can skip to the third block by jumping straight across.
He didn't even get pushed. How did he make that?
Or you can damage boost off the second block.
That's why I'm confused.
For the next spike block, you can land on this corner here to damage boost off and go to the next area. But keep in mind, you have to land on this exact area, otherwise the spikes will knock you into inconsistent directions. If you don't want to use the damage boost here, just wait for the block to turn so you can jump on the side without the spikes. But keep in mind that if you do this, you will throw off the cycle for the next skip, which is super bounce skip. Start by spinning on the edge of this slide to accelerate faster. The longer you stay on the slide, the more speed you'll pick up. Now when you reach the edge of this slide here, perform 2 full jumps, because remember, you want to extend your distance as far as possible with this jump, otherwise you're not going to make it. If you extend your jumps far enough, you should land on the edge of this block. Now there's a relatively small window for jumping off the edge of this block. If you watch closely here, the frames during which Spongebob...
Okay. Wicked. I took off the ledge a little too literally, I guess. What's up, Mystic? How are you doing today? I shouldn't double jump. May need to wait a little bit longer there before I jump. Yeah, ledge grab's not great. Damn, getting that height's kind of tough. Probably because I'm not getting as high of a first jump as I could be getting. Damn, like, you get really high up on that. Like, it's kind of tough. There we go. Tried to spin. Oh, yeah. Tried to hugging the right side a little too hard. Probably shouldn't go that far. Oh my gosh. To be fair, Shift doesn't even do this anymore. Yeah, he makes difficult things look pretty trivial. That's for sure. Okay. I did kind of get it. It's okay. I want to do it again anyways, but I was like, I wasn't prepared to actually have gotten it. That's fine. We're practicing. Nice boost. Because we gotta get better at hitting this on cycle. I don't think it's that bad. It's, yeah, just getting it on cycle. Such a weird looking RuneScape. I know, dude. Can't believe they got the licensing rights to this. There it is, boys. There it is. We're good. We're good. Just took me a little bit of feeling it out, you know? Cool. Cool. Yeah, sometimes you just have to, like, when you're learning a speedrun, you can't get frustrated with getting something wrong, because getting something wrong is still information. Like, you have to learn how to do things wrong like 10, 20, 100,000 times so that like your brain just adjusts and stops making the mistakes that you don't want. It's all part of the process. There's definitely going to be bigger hangups.
He's taking his first steps
later
forward.
on in this. That's for sure. Yeah, the main thing I was looking at was just like where he was going off the slide. That was mostly, I was like trying to figure out how to get there on cycle and where he jumped off the slide. He pretty much already explained how to get the speed that you want for this. And then figuring out which position on the block, which is like literally right there, is like a really nice spot where it's like slightly right. That's why I was overshooting right too much. I was hoping when I was overshooting right, I was hoping that Spongebob would center in a little bit more there, but instead he would fly past to the right. So it just kind of got a little bit more centered right there. And then I was kind of looking for the tongue disappearing because you do need like pretty good jumps afterwards to get above those spikes.
Make
Like
sure
you
that
have
through the entire
to
duration, you're
kind of
jumping
be
off the
patient
slide
with
and
it.
pushing into the block.
Because if
that
you
you're
just
always keeping the analog
get
stick
there and
pushed
start
forward.
mashing the
Only
crap out of it, then you're not going to get the height to get above those spikes.
stop pushing the analog stick forward after you
Favorite
jump
bit about
off the side of the
speedrunning
block.
is
This will
routing.
allow you to get stuck
Routing
to
and
the side
glitch
of the
hunting
block
is
and jump
the most
and-
fun aspect about it. Speedrun learning and like actually grinding runs is
Then-
like, it's still
going
fun, but
on.
it's not as
The
fun
most
as like
important aspect of this trick to understand is that the spikes
Like
have
learning more
hitboxes
about the
all
game.
around them. They're not just on top. So if you push forward at your reach, that's a common mistake from beginners. So just make sure you're aware of it. After the spatula is collected, drop to the ground and enter Squidward's dream. Pause the game and select the first level in SpongeBob's dream, across the dreamscape. Oil skip starts with the same block jumping segment that Super Bounce does. But when you reach the second and final block, wait for the spikes to turn and stand on the non-spiked edge. At this point, you want to wait for the oil robot's oil orb to pass the vegetation that's circled on the screen right now. Once he moves away, make your way up to the
That was a
platform.
perfect circle.
Once you make it up to the platform,
do
stand
you
by
do
the
that?
rocks and face the circled burger that's out in the distance.
Another one.
If you're not on the Xbox version, the circled burger will not be within draw distance, so you'll have to find a different visual marker. You can try to use this extruding section of the island, but ultimately I just say face
good.
forward and try to find something that works for you. Once SpongeBob is facing forward toward the burger, you want to position him right in front of this small rock over here. To make this easier, use the
Burger
spin
rock,
attack
burger
before you
rock.
start moving. This will prevent
Oh,
SpongeBob from
I like
turning as
that.
long
That's
as the spin
smart.
animation's
That's
out.
why he
so once
does
you
that.
complete the first part of the setup, you should have this right here. The burger, SpongeBob, and the rock are all perfectly in line, and SpongeBob is standing just in front of the rock.
Patrick's
now
just
that we're
happy to
set
be
up,
there.
we're going to use the oil attack to do a damage boost across the dreamscape. The sound cue you're waiting for is the slick firing the oil at you. Once you hear this sound, walk forward to this small rock shown here, and put yourself just in line with it like this. Make sure that your original line from the burger to SpongeBob to the first rock is still perfectly straight. If you have what's shown here, the setup should work. Now right before the oil attack hits you, jump up with a full jump, and then slam immediately after the bursting sound for the oil shot ends. Now this should give you the damage boost, and you should slide against the ledge if you set it up correctly. What you must understand for this trick is that holding down the A button to get a full jump and then slamming at the absolute peak of your jump height is required for this trick to work, because slamming with a short jump won't damage boost you far enough to get the slide off the ledge. During the sliding animation, you have 15 frames or 1/4 of a second to bash. Bashing during this 15 frame window will allow you to retain your momentum and launch across the dreamscape. You can either learn the timing for this by pressing the bash button during those frames, or just mash instead, whichever one you're comfortable with. But once you're airborne, just wait for the bash to end and then use your double jump to make it to the island. Unlike Super Bounce Skip, which is mostly movement-based and fluid, Oil Skip is very much a trick that must be broken down to its basic components to stay consistent. So don't rush any of these steps or blend them together. And by blending, I mean don't jump and move at the same time, don't jump, move, and slam all at the same time, don't cut corners when setting up your positioning. Just make sure you're doing each individual part of this trick separately. I will admit this is probably the hardest skip that we'll cover in the entire tutorial, so you should feel very accomplished once you get it down.
I was gonna say this is pretty looks pretty difficult for a beginner tutorial, but at the same time it doesn't look that bad.
This was previously not a strat taught to beginners, but I realized recently that it's worth teaching due to how much it affects the rest of the route. The earlier you get used to it, the quicker you'll start getting faster times.
If it's a consistent setup, I don't think it'll be too bad.
Alright, so I promise the next trick is a lot easier than the previous two, but before we learn it, go to Patrick's...
Okay, well, let's see how long it takes me to do this one. Okay, so we're gonna come down here.
For heaven's sake!
Nice. Oh, I did that. That's probably not good. We made it. Huh. Might need to look at his. Those rocks are a lot smaller than, I don't know, I thought they were gonna be, I guess. Told you guys. I told you. I told you. Didn't look that hard. Y'all probably didn't believe me.
Patrick.
Yeah, that will need to be practiced. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna be too bad. That's all seems to be on a pretty consistent cycle. Can yeah, I can probably just warp back there so I can try this again. All right, one more time. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Will it? Bro. We were so in there. Oh, okay. I barely missed the frame window on that. Also, I feel like my lineup was not great, but oh my gosh. So kind of getting used to the controls as a whole. This game controls so nicely though. It's crazy. Like the controls should not be this nice for what this game is. What's nice is the ledge grab is completely fine here. Okay, he's there. And this rock line up. Yeah, maybe I just need to mash harder. That really isn't that bad if you just follow his instructions. Holy shit, where's this guy going? Yo, we can just do that? We just got it like that? I mean, fair enough. Shit, dog. Fair enough. All right, guys. Well, that's the hardest trick in the run, apparently. So, GG's. I will definitely be adding in way more difficult tricks once I learn this tutorial.
Stream and collect the spatula. Pause the game and warp to Super Bounce, which is the 7th spatula in the dream menu. You can enter Sandy's dream from here. Now for this trick, I'm actually going to refer you to my past self to teach it, because I like the way I explained it in the past. So don't mind the lower capture quality, mic quality, and the wrong aspect ratio. I'll be doing this several more times throughout the duration of the tutorial, but don't worry, all of these setups are still relevant today. I wouldn't be showing them to you if they weren't. When you load into Sandy's dream, swing to the slide and try to run along the left side of it. Once you reach this point of the slide, hook a sharp right into the direction of the acorn and perform 2 double jumps and begin gliding forward. You'll need to space your jumps well and know that holding down the jump button produces a full jump, rather than simply tapping to perform a short jump. So space 2 full double jumps and then begin gliding. Make sure you don't wait too long to start gliding either, or you'll miss the area on the acorn where you need to land. And if you start gliding too early, you can still recover. Just let yourself fall and kick toward the acorn. This should stall Sandy in the air long enough to land on the side. You can't use the kick twice though. Only the first kick will stall you, and the second will cause you to descend. Once you've landed, make your way to the left side of the acorn. Jump up to this area on the purple shaded area of the acorn, and from here you just want to mash the jump button to get up as high as possible. What you're aiming to do here is trigger an invisible checkpoint that will respawn you on top of the acorn when you die. Typically, you should look for Sandy's helmet to be completely stuck under the upper part, which means you probably got it. Now once you've done this, drop to the slide and make your way to the manure truck because you're going to death warp on it. When landing on the truck, make sure you glide over to it, because landing on it without gliding will cause the slide momentum to knock you off the truck. Sit on the truck until Sandy's health depletes and you die. If you did the trick properly, it should respawn on top of the acorn where you can collect the golden spatula. If you fail, you'll spawn on the starting platform where you enter the level. And remember, if you fall into the void at any point, you can just reload Sandy's dream and try again. One thing that I'd like to add here is that the reason why you have to reload the level if you fail is because the hand is currently disabled, or at least it should be at this point. If while going through this tutorial you've turned off your console and turn it back on at some point, you have to redisable the hand before resuming learning. This trick specifically requires the hand disabled as well, so just make sure you're doing that whenever you power back up. Now that you've collected the spatula, let me be the first to congratulate you for getting out a dream. Pause the game, scroll down to Mr. Krabs, and warp to the first and only unlocked spatula. Now go over and enter Squidward's house and jump.
Okay. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves. We already grabbed the Patrick spatula, right? So just kind of trying to get used to the menuing.
Wow.
Oh. Oh, I think I hovered way too late. Oh, I don't think I need to warp to that one. That one. Hopefully that's not too low. Okay, just a bit higher. I was trying not to go too high. That should be fine. I wonder if that's good enough. I did see the helmet disappear. Nice. And then, okay, so this isn't wrap, so I'm surprised we don't do the bouncing ball one yet. in there. But yeah, back to this. And then head into Squidward's.
Jump 10 times to complete his challenge. Now in this case, the jumps are registered by how high off the ground you go, so you don't have to land on the ground, jump, land on the ground, jump 10 times in a row. You can actually just jump and then double jump before you reach the ground 5 times, because you'll be bobbing up and down the threshold that counts as a jump. The double jump method is faster, but it may take some time to get a feel for, so if you're just trying to do it consistently, you can do the 10 jump method from the ground. But either way you choose, once you're finished, leave Squidward's house after you get the spatula, walk over to Patrick, collect the sock from him and get the warp, and then make your way over to the Goo Lagoon taxi pad.
It's not worth it?
Here you're going to want to jump behind the taxi pad to enter it. The reason for this, and for doing it on future taxi pads, is that entering the zone where you can accept the prompt while the cutscene is playing allows you to skip the cutscene. It may only save a second to a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds each time, but it adds up pretty quickly. Just remember though that if you fail this and re-enable the hand by accident, you have to re-disable it before entering Goo Lagoon.
Maybe there's just faster socks to grab in this specific route, but I'll keep that in mind that if I do need another one, if I do any other routes. We did this yesterday actually. I had no setup. Like I knew generally like an idea of how to do it, and I couldn't do this part because I just didn't really know what I was doing, so I couldn't even like take full benefit out of it. I never realized he was hitting that guy there. I thought he was just aiming for the center of the pier.
Entering Goo Lagoon, you can skip Ash
until yesterday
and jump across the gap. Make your way over to Larry, get the warp from him, and walk over to the tower that's across this moat area. Now we will begin to set up the early towers glide, which is used to levitate across the Goo Lagoon beach and land on the crate island with the robot on top of it. To start off, walk against the tower and position Spongebob right around here, where his belt buckle will be perfectly in line with these 2 dots that are on the sand. Depending on which version you have, the textures may be a little bit more subtle and blurred, so you may have to look a little bit harder to see it. It may also depend on the quality of your TV as well. And notice how there is a button on the far side of the tower that's just hanging off the top. You want to use the camera to adjust the right side of this button to sit in the middle of the gap between the top crate and the 2 crates supporting it. Here's a diagram to show you what I mean.
Oh, this is worse. This is worse. Oh no, it's not.
Now, if you recall from part 0, I talked about jumping to turn yourself without pivoting. This is an important concept to understand here, because we're going to use it to set up this damage boost. From this position, with yourself in line with the dots and the button in the correct spot between the crates, do a full jump and turn around in that order. Hold down the A button to do a full jump, and immediately after you leave the ground, pull backward in a straight line. Do another full jump and a spin to extend your distance as far as possible without touching the ground. If you touch the ground, you will reset your position where you'll land from the goo, and therefore ruin the damage boost because you won't be sent back to the tower. Now from here, timing is absolutely key. It's hard to put into words exactly when to jump here, but you want to delay yourself a little bit before you jump back to the tower. And from the damage boost here, the only input you should be doing to get back to the tower is just the A button, or whatever the jump button is mapped to on your console. Just wait a little bit after you get damage and then hold down the A button. Don't push forward because it'll mess up your angle, just let yourself float. Now if you did this correctly, you should be on course to collide with the tower wall. Shortly after touching the wall, press the bubble bounce button, and if the timing on this is correct, you should get stuck on the wall and float off to the side. Here's an example with on-screen markers showing when to input each move. If you're trying to figure out what you messed up, slamming too early will make you slide to the left, but you'll eventually just fall straight down and hit the ground. Slamming too late will just cause you to fall down in a straight line, so try to get somewhere between these two. I think the best way to learn this trick is recording your own gameplay and comparing it to a full speed segment as shown here. It's a lot easier to see flaws in your gameplay when you're watching it from a third-person view. Once you get the glide, you'll either land—
Are these low-key some of the hardest tricks you've had to learn in video games? No.
On the island.
I would say this game probably does have some of the hardest ones, but what kind of sucks about this game is that there's a lot of just like frame perfect tricks, and I don't love that in platformers. Like I'm cool with a couple frame perfect tricks, like don't get me wrong. It's just it turns into more of a rhythm game than it becomes like a platformer. So like where I'd rather something be more like specific positioning and like I know like a sequence of specific timings rather than just like frame perfect skill check after frame perfect skill check. Not that this game was designed with a competitive mindset, but you know, like that's just what the speedrun currently is at the top level. So
Island or drift too far past it to the left. If you drift
but
past
no,
the island,
I haven't really
your
struggled with anything at all in the
off a little
tutorial,
bit,
and I've
so
apparently already learned the most difficult trick. And I already know I can do this one. I mean,
make sure that
might
when
have to
you're
iron
setting
some
up
stuff
the angle
out,
with
but
the button on the crate, put the right
this
side
shouldn't
of
be
the
too
button
bad.
in between the crate gap. If you're still drifting too far left, you can try putting the button more to the right like
Yeah,
this. But yeah,
like you can improve your timing, but dude, like it's like some of the frame perfect inputs in the run aren't bad. Like cruise boosting is like you press 2 buttons on the same frame. That's, you know, you can practice that and actually get good at that. But doing like a bunch of frame perfect stuff throughout the run, dude, some of the tricks that Shift's doing is they're frame perfect and position and like timing. Like he can't just do the frame perfect input whenever he wants. He has to time, so it's like a timing on top of a timing window and position. Like that's crazy. Because he's doing a cruise boost, which is a frame perfect input, and then he has to do the frame perfect input frame perfectly at the right positioning, if that makes sense. Like,
generally speaking, if you're floating past the island, it means the camera angle is too far left. This trick can be pretty difficult for some new players, so don't be frustrated if it takes you a while to learn it. It's very feel-based, and a lot of the steps are hard to explain.
Buttonless? I'm not sure what that is. Alright, let's see if we can do it. I wanted to learn the out of bounds thing, but I guess I'll wait before I start adding sauce into this run.
Now for the next trick, early towers bash. Don't get frustrated.
Shift, if you tell me not to get frustrated one more time, I'm gonna get really frustrated.
First, those stupid
Okay,
robots
so
ruined-
you're saying, let's try this out.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just gonna. That's fine. Should we go? Do we just go back to this spatula then? Or no, we should probably just leave out the door. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, let's unlock Patrick here.
Hey, Patrick.
And then run behind here. Oh, I need to go a bit further away. Maybe like around this green thing. Leave outdoors a little faster. Okay, noted. Do you think it's worth it for me to learn? Like, I do want to learn like the damage boosts throughout here and like different stuff. I'll have to watch Shift a little bit more closer because he does do these. I could probably like. It's one of those things where if you don't get it, you don't save time. You just don't save time. It's not like I don't see any reason not to go for them, you know? Oh yeah, you can jump off the sign too, right? So you can just go. I don't know how difficult that is, but yeah, we can just do that. And then we'll probably just need a. Or from here we could potentially go out of bounds, right? I might wait. Maybe I'll learn this off stream. Because it's not in the tutorial. We'll just stick to what's in the tutorial. Not gonna lie, you know a lot about Mr. Krabs on ketamine too, basically an expert. I know nothing about that game. Yeah, because this trick is like weirdly more difficult than you would think it is. So yeah, I'll have to ask Shift if there's a good
Spot.
thing for that. I do know like you can like basically activate this guy and then do something like that. That probably saves like a smidge, but yeah. Okay. So we want to, all right, let's do this. So belt buckle that, this slightly on there like that. Okay, I probably waited a little bit too long there. Not really in the height I need. I need to wait. Oh, I think I did that early. Easy money, baby. I'll definitely need to practice that quite a bit too, but yeah. Alright, let's figure out the next thing. I was able to do that yesterday, but I just didn't have a setup. That belt buckle setup is kind of nice. I might use something else though, because then I have to actually like look for it. I think I might use SpongeBob's shadow as my visual cue there actually, because like the shadow, the thing is he kind of sways, so maybe that would throw me off.
Frustrated if you drown trying to attempt this and have to redo the sponge glide to get back there. Either way, if you're speedrunning this game, you're going to have to do the sponge glide many more times. So it's all just extra practice that'll help you in the long run. Failing and learning from your mistakes will only make you better at the game. Now before early towers bash, you have to destroy the robot on top of the crates.
Yep.
Otherwise Larry won't give you the connect the tower spatula later. To begin setting up this trick, drop to this side and turn the camera like so. Have SpongeBob facing the same direction as the starfish on the crates.
He's
kind of put
sniffing.
SpongeBob's face right up against the back of it like he's eating his ass. Once you see this, turn the camera until it gets obstructed by the crates, forcing it to zoom forward automatically like this. Now much like for early towers glide, you want to jump before turning here. If you do it in the opposite order, you're not going to get the correct alignment. And the way you jump on this crate is even more important. If you stand on the crate for too long when you jump on it, SpongeBob's positioning before landing on the goo will update to the crate. So when you try to damage boost,
I think
the
you
goo
can
will just
do
send
all
you
of
right back
this.
to the crate
I'll
instead
figure
of
out the
in front
hard
of it.
way.
So jump, turn around, land on the crate, and at the exact moment, as soon as you can possibly jump, immediately jump and double jump while holding back on the control stick. Going too far back here will cause you to drown, and not
Right.
going far enough won't give you a fast enough speed boost. So you want to be somewhere
I think you
between
can
to
just
get the
YOLO
right amount of
this.
boost without drowning, and that'll
Maybe
of
I'm
course
wrong.
come with practice.
Or maybe
Now, if
like
you did
use
this
a
all
visual cue where you don't have to
correctly,
turn the
SpongeBob should
camera
be shot
all the way
back to
around.
the area in front of the crates where you were standing before. When you're around here, input the bash button and press forward to get launched to the island. Don't mash the bash button for this because I found that mashing causes you to go a little bit slower. Just try timing it by pressing the bash button a single time. If you realize you're not going fast enough to make it to the island immediately after bashing, use the spin attack and pull back to the island to stop your momentum and try again. If you're committing to the damage boost and you realize you can barely make it, you can use a spin attack to make up that little extra distance to make it to the island. And of course, if you just barely miss it, you will drown and have to start over again with early towers glide and then the bash again. But as I said before, don't get frustrated with this because you're just going to get more practice and you'll be better at both of these tricks by the time you start your first run. This third trick is a lot more lenient than the first two, but the timing is a little bit different. Have this pole parallel to the back of SpongeBob's body and walk forward to the edge of this red circle on the ground. Now from here, you want a full jump, then turn, then full jump again, which should give you a slight run off the cliff and land you in the goo, which will damage boost you back. Once you damage boost off of the goo, double jump as soon as possible and hold it without moving the analog stick at all. And you should get launched against the tube. Now, like I said, the timing for this is a little bit different than it was for the previous tricks. Wait until the instant that SpongeBob starts falling down the tube to slam. This will probably be more like Super Bounce Skip, where you just have to get used to how long it'll take for him to start falling, because if you wait to react to it, he'll probably fall too far down. If you slam too early, you'll either just fall straight down or get stuck. If you slam too late, you'll just slide
I was about to
back a
ask, is
little
it
bit
not
and
worth
fall
it to just
anyway.
switch
So
to
experiment with
Patrick and just do that? Like,
timing for yourself, but just remember that the
or is
slam
there something
timing
I'm
here is
missing?
a little bit more delayed than it was for the first glide that we learned
Yeah, it's
earlier.
faster,
And if you
word.
had the right
So I
camera
don't have to
angle
learn
and
any
the
of
right
this?
slam timing, you should float past
And,
the
like,
dock
risk
area
losing a
into
run?
the loading zone for Goo Lagoon Pier. Now
Yeah.
you finished learning the tricks on the Goo Lagoon Beach. Here's a
All right. Let's go try and do this. Yeah, I feel like you should just be able to. Oh, I forgot to head back. I just don't like turning my camera around multiple times. Yeah. Boom. Oh wow! I actually need to go up this thing. Yeah. Because he wouldn't walk up the ledge. Okay. And then it's gonna be the boats here.
It's a full segment to reference with full speed and audio.
See, I feel like you can just turn the camera in there and be able to see fine.
When you enter Goo Lagoon Pier, make your way up to the teleport box up here and jump into it. Now head up to the bus stop and switch to Patrick. It's rare that the...
Wait, yeah, you have to switch to Patrick anyways. So now you could just like jump across there and then warp straight to
on the way
Mr.
to the pier,
Krabs.
you get the text box from Mr. Krabs. If you don't do this, you won't be able to warp back here later into the run. To set up the ticket booth skip.
Also, I don't know how you wouldn't hit the trigger there. That's kind of like he pointed out, like make sure you hit the trigger, but it's like, dude, how would you
jump
not?
on top of this wooden tiki?
That would be
and
more
try to
impressive
hit both
than
of
anything.
the wooden tikis supporting the thunder tiki at the same time. If you're having trouble with the double hit, you can just drop to the floor and hit both tikis individually and then pick up the thunder tiki as it falls to the ground. Now maneuver around these platforms in this path and walk off the second platform. As you're walking off the second platform, aim the tiki in the direction of the ticket
Why
booth
that
tent
specific
and
path?
throw it
Why
as
does
you're
that
falling.
matter?
If you do this successfully, the tiki will blow up the ticket booth while you're drowning, so
Well, I
you'll
can't just
respawn
beeline
and
it.
therefore skip the cutscene. Then turn around, talk to Mr. Krabs again, and walk over to the sea caves, where we'll continue going in the reverse direction for Goo Lagoon. This part's pretty self-explanatory. Just grab the spatula here on the dock, turn around and jump into the box, and exit the sea caves over here. You'll load back into Goo Lagoon Beach here, so you can grab the spatula, and once you're finished with that, pause the game and warp to the second spatula in the menu for Goo Lagoon. Connect the towers. Since you already destroyed the robot during the gliding and boosting segment, Larry will give you the spatula for completing the challenge. So collect the spatula and we're done here for now. Congratulations, you've successfully finished learning Goo Lagoon 1. Now...
Thanks, Chip. Okay. Almost died. Nice. Because yeah, you should just be able to like
Sorry.
do that. Like, can I? Oh, I see why you have to. Okay. Understood. I think I missed it. But those turned too far. Let me say again. Nice. That should work, right? Yeah. So boom.
Well,
Oh, can't see. Okay, if I just run off the ledge, I should be fine there. Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door on Switch. Try that game out sometime. As far as Nintendo games go, I think my girlfriend wanted to watch me play Majora's Mask. So if it's doing Nintendo stuff, will probably end up being that. All right. Do I have Flux on? Get rid of that. Yeah, can you imagine Nintendo dropping 1,000-Year Door on GameCube VC a year after they charge $40 for their remaster? Yes.
Now pause the game, scroll up to Jellyfish Fields, and select the second spatula in the menu, Cowabungie.
Hey, Cowabungie. Jellyfish 1? This is Jellyfish 2. Am I being gaslit by streamer guy? Give us your best SpongeBob impression. Nah.
You might find this strange
That sounds
if we're
good
doing
to do,
Jellyfish
guys.
this late into part 1, but this is
so
simply
lazy.
because we need to warp out of the Cowabungie
I did not put my
spatula
heart in
to
that.
activate the save glitch in the beginning of the run, and there's really no room to warp up to Jellyfish Fields between Dream and Goo Lagoon. So that's why we're doing Jellyfish now, and this will be the final level we do before going to Poseidon to power up and get the Bubble Bowl. Before attempting to learn HammerScape, make sure that you activate this checkpoint up here, because if you die attempting, you'd rather respawn here than where you loaded in. The premise of HammerScape is pretty simple, but the manipulation tactics can get a little bit more tricky. What you want to do is manipulate this robot to move up this rock, and once he's standing around in this position, jump on top of his head, bash up to touch the edge of the cliff, and drown yourself. If you touch the right part of the cliff when you bash, you'll respawn on top of it. The most common mistake here is not understanding when the hammerbot can follow you. Wait for him to start darting toward you after attacking and then move to where you want him to go. Of course, you have to remember that he's going to try attacking you, so he's not going to follow your exact movements, but rather just lag a little bit behind you. That's why you need to jump farther up this rock than where you want him to stand. So that way he stops earlier and
that's
spaces
smart.
his hammer attack to go where you were standing. Have a look at this diagram to understand what I mean. If you move to where you want him to go, he'll space his hammer out to hit you and therefore be
I probably
lower
won't
down
do
on
the
rock.
bash
But
method.
if you go higher
I'll
on
probably
the
just
rock
always
to
go
where
for the
you want him
jump
to
just so I have a
he'll to
chance
go
of
higher up as well.
not needing
If
to
he goes a
box,
little bit
but most
too
likely
high,
will.
You can just drop down to the bottom of the rock and lure him back down. Make sure you don't jump
It's
on
gonna take
top
a
of the
little. I might
robot's
just
head
sit
while
there
it's
and like
attacking, otherwise you might get knocked away.
maybe off
If
stream
the
I'll just
robot
mess with that
happens to
robot
die
for like a
while
half
setting this
hour.
up, just drown yourself in the pond.
get
and
used
when
to
you
moving
respawn,
him
he'll
where I want him to
respawn
be.
as well. You may have to
Dude, this
try
is kinda
several
tricky.
different robot positions before getting it. The checkpoint trigger is invisible.
Okay, but that helps
so it
a
may
lot,
take some
actually,
time
me
to
seeing him do that
memorize
right
where it
there.
is. Just know that after you touch the trigger, you can
feel
take
like you
as
could've
long as
ledge
you
grabbed
want to
there.
drown, and it'll still work.
Alright, we'll watch this up till Dilemma skip. And then I'll try it out.
If you're struggling with hammer skip, you can climb Jellyfish Rock instead. Understand though that this method is quite a bit slower, losing around 20 seconds to hammer skip. However, those 20 seconds won't make that big of a difference as a beginner, and there's always time to learn hammer skip and implement it later if you
Time
want to.
waste
So
bad.
choose between these two strats for now based on which one you're more comfortable with.
Didn't grab the
Not
sock,
necessarily
dislike.
which one saves more time.
I don't think it'll be too bad because you have the.
Once you respawn on top of the platform, make your way over to the duplicated Tron.
I don't think it'll be that bad.
Face yourself a little bit into the wall, jump, push forward, and spin
We'll see.
all at the same time. And if you do
Yo,
this
good night, Mr.
properly, you
Milliken.
should
Thanks for
destroy
hanging out, bro.
duplicated Tron while opening the gate, revealing a golden
I'll be
spatula
back
behind it.
tomorrow.
Now that we
After I
finished
go to
skipping
yoga
Jellyfish Rock, it's time to
class.
go into Dilemma Skip, for which again I have
bendy.
prepared a video for you guys to learn from. Take a look. When you first enter this level, you're going to want to collect the 2 socks before the fight. To get the first, jump onto the sledge while sliding and continue to find it later into the passage. For the second, space 2 full jumps to get on the edge of this tall platform. To maximize your jumps, hold down the jump button for both jumps rather than just tapping it. This will allow you to collect the second sock. Before starting the actual trick, remember to open this box as you'll need to travel in it
Damn,
later.
did Shift hit a
Now jump
blinker
off
right
this
before
ledge over
this?
the goo in this
His
spot,
fucking
and
throw.
you'll activate the cutscene trigger for Patrick's dilemma. This is done so you drown during the cutscene, which skips the whole thing. When you respawn, walk around the left side of the checkpoint and make your way up to the top platform. Now before we cover the boost, I want to draw attention to how far Spongebob can walk off this ledge while maintaining the ability to perform grounded moves. As shown here, even walking off the ledge this far allows Spongebob to bash. You won't need to walk this far off for the trick, but it's good to keep in mind how much leeway there is when performing it. A lot of players fear walking off the ledge and drowning without realizing how much leniency there is for the bash timing, so don't be afraid to walk off the ledge slightly to set up the bash. So let's start talking about the boost. When you reach the top platform, start walking along the backside of the Duplicatotron robot and hit it with a bubble spin around this point when you walk by. Now once you hit this, you set the trick into motion, so keep in mind that you must continue without hesitation after you do this. Walk to make SpongeBob's back perpendicular to the back of the Duplicatotron. If you take a look at this diagram, you'll understand what I mean.
Like
Imagine the
halfway.
backside of the robot trying to cut SpongeBob in half. Now this is the part where walking off the ledge comes into play. Walk off the ledge with your back perpendicular to the back of this robot to about this point, just slightly off. Then use the bubble bash off the ledge. When you notice you reach the peak of your height, input a bubble bounce. If you time this correctly in one motion, you should be hit by a blast at the highest possible point. Now as soon as you regain the ability to jump, hold down the A button to perform a double
this
jump and push
tutorial
forward.
is 5 years old, and then this is older than the tutorial. I don't know what caused his voice to change so much. It's actually crazy.
The ledge. If you
Yeah, he sounds so different in like his earlier streams. If you ever see it, it's like, it's very uncanny. I remember I had somebody that watched Shift like way back in the day, and then almost always on my PC I would have like a stream up of some sort where I'm just like, even if I'm not doing anything, I'll just walk in, maybe peek and see what they're doing. But like Shift was definitely, because Shift would stream all the time, so Shift was often on there, and they were like, who's that? Who's that? That guy was speedrunning SpongeBob. I'm like, oh, that's Shift. And they're like, oh, what? That's they're like they looked at him for like a solid like minute or two and just in disbelief, because like Shift like early on in his career was like clean shaven, like higher pitched voice, and then the person that they saw looked like fucking Keanu Reeves. Like it's just like the full like beard and long hair.
you time this well,
like Shift like always wore a hat too, so he looked like
where you can then make your way to
completely
the Patrick
different.
text box trigger to finish skipping the fight. You may accidentally input a jump on the first frame of activity after taking damage. This frame perfect jump will give you the first and second jump to get over the ledge. However, I don't recommend attempting to go for the single framing runs. If you're too early, a jump won't come out and you'll just drown. You still want to do it as early as possible.
Yeah, once he finds a style he likes, he just rocks it for a while.
One of the most common mistakes I notice from new players attempting dilemma skip is using the spin attack during the period when SpongeBob can grab the ledge, because doing this will cause him to spin past the ledge and not grab it. If the spin method isn't really working out for you, you can try doing it without a spin. Just get the boost and push forward until you grab the ledge. And if you're still not making the jump, try walking more to the right and farther off the ledge during the damage boost setup.
Also, let me make sure I know where.
Not making the jump, try walking more to the right and farther off the ledge during the damage boost setup. Just remember, don't be afraid to walk too far off the ledge.
Okay.
So yeah, dilemma skip is going to be a much greater test of how good you are at jump spacing. It seems like the appropriate skip to end part 1 because it kind of culminates everything you know about how far to walk off a ledge, when to jump, how long to hold your jumps for, moving in a straight line for jumping a large gap, and other fundamental skills in this game. But once you've collected the spatula as Patrick, pause the game and scroll down to Patrick, and select the first and only spatula unlocked. We are now ready to enter the first major boss fight in the game, Robo Sandy. As I mentioned in part 0...
Let's go do that, and then we'll go do Robo Sandy. Okay. Cowbungy. Oh my gosh, I thought he was following me. I didn't have the camera. I wonder if that was high enough. Probably not, but. Okay, I gotta wait a little bit longer before doing that jump. What is me with the camera messing him up? I'll make sure it just stays on camera. Okay, just a little bit to the right there. Yeah, I'm too far up here. I probably did hit the trigger, but maybe not. Nope. Okay. Okay, I might just do his method then. How about that? No? Yeah, I feel like so the only other way to get up there would be with that frame perfect input, right? Okay. Oof. Okay, I gotta actually react. Oops.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
I don't like that piece of advice he gave, saying people were too scared to go off the ledge. I get what he means, but like there, I kind of ran with his advice, right? And it made me go way too far off. Probably, I think I did my second jump a little too early there.
Go, SpongeBob. It's your birthday.
Made me think that no matter how far I went off, that it would reach me. Okay, delete it a little bit too much. Yeah, thanks, Cody. How you doing, bro? Wow, that didn't reach. Unbones, since you seem to know what's going on, let me know if you see any immediate adjustments I could be making, but I'll just keep messing with this. I think I'm doing pretty well, dude. Just learning. Going through my normal process of picking up a new speed game. I might have to watch him do it again, but I'm gonna keep messing with this for a little bit longer. There we, okay, I kind of get it now. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I'll do that. I was probably a little bit too far right there. Someone on Twitch said oil skip was easier than hammer skip. For me, out of the three, oil skip was the one you can nail consistently. Yeah, oil skip was pretty easy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was about to say, is that that's too far away, isn't it? This one might be the harder one for me to master. That. Nice. Yeah, so this one might take me the most practice to get down. It seems like it is consistent though, as long as I do like everything exactly the same every time.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I know how to do it, but it's... No, we haven't really. Yeah, we can't spin there at the end. You just have to. Oh, yeah, I could use the practice mod. I need to get this thing, yeah, I need to figure out how to mess the soft modded stuff again, but yeah, I could definitely do that. Huh. You can actually jump a lot sooner than I thought you could. I thought I was jumping too early, and that doesn't seem to be the issue. But unless I'm really struggling with something, I feel like I think the practice mod would be beneficial at a certain point. I don't know if at this stage it will be. Oh, close. I'll just get this one more time and we can move on. I actually have an idea of like how to do this now. I just need to refine it. Okay. On to Robo Sandy. So I'm gonna grab.
Defeating this boss will give you the bubble bolt power,
Another drink.
which we will then a large gap and other fundamental skills in this game. But once you've collected the spatula as Patrick, pause the game and scroll down to Patrick and select the first and only spatula unlocked. We are now ready to enter the first major boss fight in the game, Robo Sandy. As I mentioned in part 0, defeating this boss will give you the bubble bolt power, which we will then use to generate money from the skee ball machine and eventually use to cruise boosts. Just make sure that you have 15 golden spatulas and 4 socks before entering. If you don't have the right number of spatulas, the toll gate just won't let you through. But if you missed any socks, just go back in the video to check and see where you missed them. And without further ado, let's begin what is widely regarded as, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, wait till you see the. Ooh. No, 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 no. Ah, look at the top of his head. No, 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 look at this one.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game that we can't skip. But still, there are some strategies and manipulations you'll have to learn for this fight. During phase 1, after Sandy does the people's elbow, approach her in center stage to make her jump early. And while she's airborne, you can time a jump and then a slam. Note that she does not become vulnerable the instant she hits the ground, so you'll have to learn and practice the timing for this. To make her jump early. And while she's after Sandy does the people's elbow, approach her in center stage to make her jump early. And while she's airborne, you can time a jump and then a slam. Note that she does not become vulnerable the instant she hits the ground, so you'll have to learn and practice the timing for this. She becomes vulnerable slightly after touching the ground, as shown here.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable.
Now you can do this 2 more times to finish off the rest of the phase, but make sure you keep her following you around the center of the stage, so that way you can make her jump early. Now during the 3rd hit, pay attention to Neptune's positioning outside of the ring, and notice there's some translucent underwear floating near him. Walk over to this side of the ring after the 3rd hit, and stand between the underwear and the logo in the center of the stage, to set up Patrick for phase 2. Now this starts the clothesline move manipulation, which will be used for the next 6 hits of the fight. When Patrick loads in, walk to the underwear and then walk to the far back corner of the stage as shown here. When Sandy does the people's elbow, jump over the dust and back to the underwear. Now as she starts moving again, you want to walk from the underwear back to the corner you were just in. And if she follows you just the right way, this will happen.
Sling! The old clothesline move.
So this effectively cuts off all the time that it takes for Sandy to run against the wall and start the clothesline move, because you're manipulating her to already be against the wall when she starts doing it. And also, when you're against the wall like this, you don't have to dodge her attack. This is true for both phases 2 and 3, so you can just stand against the wall and she won't be able to damage you. After Sandy's out of range, walk back up to center stage, and stand right outside of the logo around here, which is right outside the banner etched into the ground. Wait here for Sandy to jump, and once she does, walk to the center of the stage and slam once she becomes vulnerable.
I'm actually going to play it now because it might be too much information for me to remember. I'll probably go back to... I guess let me come down to Patrick. Okay.
I have brought you two here to face a great...
Oops. Oh, screen. Thank you. Yeah, if I ever forget that, just let me know.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef! Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
I just gotta not be so close to her. That toxic pinhead is involved in this speedrun somehow. Yeah, surprisingly, is like one of the only ones he's not like. I don't know why he's not into this game as much.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef.
Oh, she does that.
That's
I didn't know.
not a sting.
Anyways. What?
Ow!
Wasn't part of the script. Wait. Okay. I get it.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
Yeah. You can also use the D-pad, it looks like.
The robot better change tactics and fast.
What did I do wrong? Me. Let me see. What did
Once
I
she
do?
does, walk to the center of the stage, and she won't ensure attack. Already behind the
old
this will happen. The option, which will be 2. Now this starts the clothesline move manipulation, which will be used for the next 6 hits of the fight. When Patrick loads in, walk to the underwear and then walk to the far back corner of the stage as shown here. When Sandy does the people's elbow, jump over the dust and back to the underwear. Now, as she starts moving again, you want to walk from the underwear back to the corner you were just in. And if she follows you just the right way, this will happen.
the old clothesline move.
So this effectively cuts off all the time that it takes for Sandy to run against the wall and start the clothesline move, because you're manipulating her to already be against the wall when she starts doing it. And also, when you're against the wall like this, you don't have to dodge her attack. This is true for both phases 2 and 3, so you can just stand against the wall and she won't be able to damage you. After Sandy's out of range, walk back up the center stage and stand right outside of the logo around here, which is right outside the banner etched into the ground. Wait here for Sandy to jump, and once she does, walk to the center of the stage and slam once she becomes vulnerable. If you set this up correctly, her head should pop off in the direction of the scoreboard, so you can just walk toward it, pick up the head, and throw it into the scoreboard.
Losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick.
While Sandy's being shocked, you can walk back to the center of the stage and stand on the corner of this green rectangle. Once she starts moving again, circle around her and make your way back to the corner of the stage, like this. And then after she does the people's elbow, go back to the underwear and make her follow you back to the corner like you did in the first part. And with this, she should do the clothesline move against the wall again. So you can go back to the center of the stage and set up the slam. Do this twice and end the phase waiting in the same spot you did before, on the edge of that green rectangle in the center.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef! Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast.
Right, so it's... Wasn't it, I go there, go to the corner, wait for them to do the move, jump over the dust, land on the underwear, and then go back to the corner?
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef! Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
What?
The robot better change tactics and fast.
Okay.
I wanna play!
Panthead, we're not playing. We're fighting for our lives.
I wanna...
I watch him do it again. I'm probably just doing things too quickly, but
Through the stage. We got board. Stay to the. Pay attention to Neptune's. Over to this stage. Line move manipulation, which will be used for. Now this starts the clothesline move manipulation, which will be used for the next 6 hits of the fight. When Patrick
so I didn't
loads
run
in,
through
walk
the
to
underwear.
and then walk to the far back corner of the
I wasn't
stage
doing
as
that.
shown here. When Sandy does the people's elbow, jump over the dust and back to the underwear. Now as she starts moving again, you want to walk from the underwear back to the corner you were just in. And if she follows you just the right way, this will happen.
I see.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef! Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and
I'm assuming he's right
fast.
behind me.
Bang! The old clothesline move. The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick.
Okay. Let's watch that again as well.
Way, this will happen. It's the wall. Range. Walk back up to center stage and wait here. She becomes vulnerable. If you set this up correctly, her head should pop scoreboard.
Trick.
While Sandy's being shocked, you can walk back to the center of the stage and stand on the corner of this green rectangle like this.
I think I moved just a little too early.
And then after she does the people's elbow, go back to the underwear and make her follow you back to the corner like you did in the first part. And set up the slam. Do this through the stage, but there are some small changes. One now is Spongebob on the edge of that.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef.
Oops.
Now the robot's taking a beating out there. Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast. Spelling! The old clothesline move. Oh. The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick. Ouch.
What's up, anime game kid? Did not know she would do that there.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast. Spelling! The old clothesline move. The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick. Nice flying, head thing move by Patrick.
Brother. Learning all the subtle nuances in today's stream.
Green rectangle in the center of the stage. Now, as SpongeBob in Phase 3, it's pretty similar to Phase 2, but there are some small changes. Once again, circle around Sandy and head to the corner of the stage. After the people's elbow, go back to the underwear and have her follow you from the underwear back to the corner, and she should do the clothesline move. Now, instead of standing next to the banner in center stage this time, stand on the right side of the column that's etched into the ground, like this. Wait for her to jump, and once she does, walk back to avoid the attack, do a slam similar to the one you had to do in Phase 1, and her head will pop off for you to bash. Again, note that her head does not become vulnerable the instant you knock it off. You will have to wait a moment to hit it. But once you do, walk back to the underwear so she follows you. Return to the corner of the stage when she stops moving, and wait for her to attack. Once she's done, go right side of the column that's etched into the ground, like this. Wait for her to jump, and once she does, walk back to avoid the attack. Do a slam similar to the one you had to do in Phase 1, and her head will pop off for you to bash. Again, note that her head does not become vulnerable the instant you knock it off. You will have to wait a moment to hit it. But once you do, walk back to the underwear so she follows you. Return to the corner of the stage when she stops moving, and wait for her to attack. Once she's done, go back to the underwear and lure her back from the underwear to the corner of the stage again. And she should just bounce off the wall again. Repeat this 2 more times to finish Phase 3. Okay. Now, if you're having trouble with...
Alright. Yeah, this is a great game, dude. Okay. I think I left myself at the green.
I've never seen such an electrifying match.
Oops.
The old clothesline move. Whoa! What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings.
No, fair enough.
Oh, what an uppercut!
Do people not usually learn this?
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is just about over.
I think we're good if I just stay there. Ah, I see. Ah, okay. I kind of see the timing on that now.
Hey, Plankton.
Hey, Plankton. I mean, it didn't take me very long to learn, so.
Any of these steps, don't worry too much. You're not going to lose that much time as a beginner if you're not doing these perfectly. But as you get more experience, this fight becomes very consistent. So don't worry too much about how quickly you pick it up now. So now I'll play back the important sections of this fight, just so you have a full speed visual on what to do. Have a look.
We're chilling, so I'll probably be good here for a while. Oh no, he's not playing the entire fight again, is he?
Isn't as difficult to learn as part 1 because it's more movement based than trick based. So just know if you've made it this far, you're in really good shape. Now, if you're already ready to start part 2, that's great as well. Let's go right ahead into the next part of the game.
I say I'll try and finish part 2 tonight, and then we'll start back tomorrow. Try to. I don't know what that's all going to consist of, but wait, SBA is in this tutorial. Oh shit, I did not know it was. Okay, this edit's good. This is a good one.
Okay, so we're not going to actually orchestrate a bank heist in Battle for Bikini Bottom, but this is the next best thing. And just in case you did take that break, we left off after defeating Robo Sandy, having collected 16 spatulas and 4 socks. But before we continue, I have to remind you that if you decided to take a break and turn off the console between learning sessions, you'll have to disable the hand before learning this next segment. Because remember that hand disabling does not persist when you turn off the console. Once you're ready, pause the game and scroll down to Goo Lagoon, then select Clean Out the Bumper Boats in this menu. After loading in, jump into the box, and we're going to do a little bit of platforming here to get up to the bumper boats. Just a combat refresher here, you have to slam on the G-loves, and you can hit the hammers with your belly attack, or you can hit the hammers into the G-loves, or stun the hammers or the G-loves to throw them into each other.
Into G-loves? Is that what he's saying? G-loves?
Now for some more platforming, we're going to climb on top of the food stand and grab the sock up here. Jump on the slide, make your way over to the clam, and from here you can jump across to the next section of the pier where we can grab the tiki for SBA. There are a couple of ways of doing this, so I'll show both of them. This first method is a little bit harder than the other one, but it is faster, so if you can do that, go ahead. And here's the other one where you go a bit to the left and then jump. Now from here you can run off this platform and mash the pickup button to pick up the tiki. If you're having trouble with this, try running off more to the left of the platform rather than the center. Now once you grab the tiki, walk over to this area on the edge of the pier and stand by these 4 nails. Face Patrick in the direction of this first moving platform and throw the tiki at it, which should cause it to land around the center of the platform. Now when you jump on this platform to pick up the tiki again, it's either going to rock back or forward, depending on how far you throw it. There are several ways of doing this, so you may want to experiment for yourself, but I feel the safest way is tilting the platform back and then inching forward until the platform is in a neutral state, as shown here. And once it's centered like this, throw the tiki again and it should land on the platform in front of you. From here, getting the tiki onto the next platform is pretty easy, but make sure you throw it next to this sign. The reason why we're putting this first tiki all the way over here is because we're going to go back and get a second one, which we don't want to auto-target and stack on top of the first one. So we're putting the first one all the way to the right, and we're going to go get the second one now and put it to the left. Now once you brought the second tiki over, pick it up. And
because it'd probably be hard to get it off. Like,
I will show 2 methods for the first throw into
take it off the stack.
The first one is the easier method, but if you're struggling with getting it, you can give the second method a try, which saves around 8 seconds, but it is a little bit more precise. To set up the first method, walk all the way up to the edge of this ramp until you can't walk anymore, and position yourself right
this isn't the
above
world
this
record
centered arrow,
strat. That'd be way too difficult for beginner tutorial.
The 3 holes that you see up here.
I think this just saves so much time that, like, yeah, there's probably like less difficult strats you could do, but you'd have to learn like 10 other strats to make up for this one that you gotta do it.
Is perfectly centered and stops moving. Throw the tiki and it should fall through the skee ball machine. Once you've done this, you can jump into the skee ball machine, turn around tiki, and it should fall through the pier. When you feel the Patrick is perfectly centered and stops moving, throw the tiki and it should fall through the skee ball machine. Once you've done this, you can jump into the skee ball machine, turn around, and face the tiki. Line yourself up with these holes that are under the skee ball machine, so that way all 3 of them are perfectly aligned. When you feel that Patrick, the tiki, and the 3 holes are all perfectly aligned, press the pickup button.
Because Unbones, that's about what because back in the day there was a non-SBA category. I don't think that's still a thing. There was a non-SBA category because nobody wanted to do this, and they were about that far apart.
And then immediately press the throw button after that, and the tiki should get stuck in the upper level of the skee ball machine, jitter around for a bit, and then just sink into place. This method is guaranteed to work if you do it the right way, but if you're struggling with it, the slightly faster alternative is standing outside the machine around here, again with yourself facing toward the 3 holes, right above you in a straight line like this. Then
how does Rehydrated get shiny objects? Do they do museum, I wonder?
slowly walk forward until Patrick's feet are resting at around the bottom of this arrow. As you can see here, I can draw a line from the bottom part of this arrow to Patrick's feet, and they're perfectly in line. So once you see this, just throw the tiki and it should go into place. This method is a little bit more precise.
I want to do that
If you walk too
method.
far up the ramp, you'll have to slowly walk back down and reposition yourself at the bottom of the ramp facing forward to try
I
again.
want to try this method at least. I'm pretty good at like positioning and doing stuff like that, so that shouldn't be too bad.
Now, if this tiki doesn't go into place, you will have to
really?
redo the throw setup from outside the machine.
Interesting.
So here's a pretty
Unbound.
easy way to get the tiki out of the machine in case you mess this up. Pick up the tiki, walk up to the bottom hole, all the way against the edge, and throw it. Now jump out of the second hole here, and go in front of the ramp, but outside of the machine. Mash the pickup button in front of where you threw the tiki, and he should pick it up through the skee ball machine. Now from here you can walk back and stand under the ramp, and then press the throw button and the tiki should pop out over the ramp. From here you can just jump on top of the ramp, pick up the tiki, walk off the ramp, and then you can walk back up to the ramp to set up your throw again. But if you got the first tiki throw on your first try, that's great. Now you can leave
If you throw the
skee-ball
tiki
machine,
from the
grab
brown
second
line
tiki,
under
and walk
the
up to
arrow, you can get a faster shiny rate. Brown line under the
ramp
arrow.
again. Repeat
Yes,
the
sir.
first throw that you did earlier for the
Was
first
this figured
tiki.
out sometime afterwards, General?
And keep in mind that it actually is a lot more lenient
So this line right
time
here?
because the second tiki will auto-target on top of the first tiki when you throw it. Just make sure you're pressed up against the ramp and walking into it when you throw. If you don't do this, the top tiki might not hold the bubble bowl into the skee ball machine, and if you have to walk all the way back here to redo the setup, you're gonna lose a lot of time in your speed
About a
run.
few months after
So
this
chuck
video.
tiki
Yeah.
and it should land on top of the first one. Now go to the bus
I'll try
stop
it out.
that's off to the right and switch to Spongebob.
So 8 seconds plus even faster shiny farming. That's pretty sick.
Come back to the skee ball machine, jump into this hole here and face forward, then do 2 tap jumps to barely position yourself within grabbing range on the ring. And if SpongeBob grabs the ring perfectly flat like this, it means that you have the setup. Now all you have to do is tap the ball button as soon as the animation finishes, and the ball should get stuck in the hole. So once the money starts rolling in, that means you have successfully completed SBA. Now keep in mind it is possible, but very unlikely if you set it up correctly.
Feel free. You got to DM me or post in my Discord server at all if there's any good tutorials that I don't have. You can post in this chat too right now, and I can bookmark them. But there's like a more relevant tutorial that I should be following for anything that's in this one because it's very old. Then I'm down.
Correctly, that the ball will pop out and you have to go back to the machine to put it back in. If this happens, just return to the machine, toss another bowling ball up the machine to make the original one despawn, and then you can go ahead and set the bowling shot up again.
Okay, we can give this a shot.
If you can't seem to get it to stick, it probably means that you didn't set up the tikis correctly, which unfortunately means you're
Yeah, that's what Shift told me. And the box is there. Oh shit. Oh no. I was not supposed to do that, was I?
Here!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
He's insane. Oh, sorry, the bumper boats are cleared. I almost forgot this wasn't Spyro and you can jump on slippery surfaces. In that game, the second you touch ice, you can't jump at all. you stand on? Okay. Get used to that. No. Yeah. So at that point, there's no other tiki. Is there any backups? Or I'm probably just cooked then, right? Yeah. Get the checkpoint next to the tikis. Oh.
Hey, what just happened?
What's the trick to this?
I don't get it. It's kind of hypnotic. I will crush them.
That's oh. Why did I jump? Wait, mash or don't mash? Guess you mean don't mash, but yeah.
Ooh, up we go.
Yikes! Wait, I can't see. Why did I do that?
Ouch.
So, any tips for the brown line setup? Yeah, I need a setup for it though, so I just kind of did it. All right, what's next?
You're gonna have to take both of them out of the machine and start over again. But you'll find that with practice, this trick is very consistent. So after a while, you probably won't have to find yourself doing that too often. But anyway, now that SBA is working, we can start collecting the other objectives in the pier.
Yeah,
Just remember
I'll try and
that
learn
if this
both.
stops working at any point, you're probably gonna have to go back and put the ball back in, just because we need this to stay active to get enough shiny objects for the rest of the game. So now head on over to the slippery platform and jump on top of the oil barrel. Charge a bowling shot, hit the duplicatatron, and a sock should spawn. Grab that and head up to the edge of the pier where I'm going now. Wait for the rotating platform, jump onto it, and head over to this clam. Now to purchase this clam, you're gonna have to walk over here to get SBA out of range. So when you stop seeing the flashing 30s, it means that there's no text box on the screen to interrupt your buying the clam. So you can turn around, walk back, and purchase the clam, which should activate a cutscene that puts you back into range for SBA. So while you're watching the cutscene, you're still gaining shiny objects. Jump on top of the trampoline and go straight to the bungee hook.
Is it worth learning to climb here?
Dive for the spatula, leave the bungee, and after the animation finishes, pause the game to see how many shiny objects you have. If this number is under 40,000, just unpause and wait for it to go up more. And you can pause again a little bit later to check and see if you have it. And once it says 40,000, you should be good to go. So now jump down to these tents, jump on the slide, and it'll bring you over to these floating tikis, for which you'll just plow through the tikis under them, and then space 2 full jumps to jump under the pier and get to this spatula on the platform. And then space 2 full jumps to jump under the pier and get to this spatula on the platform. Now if you fail this jump, it's alright because the number of shiny objects that I recommended for this route allows you to drown and therefore despawn the tikis inside the skee ball machine and still be able to go back to the slide and jump again to get the spatula without having to reset up SBA to get the rest of the shiny objects. But in the future, if you realize that you're not really messing up this jump, or if your SBAs are pretty consistent in generation rate, you can lower the number of shiny objects that you wait for according to how many you need in your route. Just pay attention to how many shiny objects you generally have left over at the end of your runs, and then you can just subtract that number from the number that you're waiting for at the pier. But yeah, once you've gotten this spatula, pause the game and warp to clean out the bumper boats again, and collect the spatula from Mr. Krabs for destroying the robots earlier. At this point, you should have somewhere around 19 golden spatulas, 50,000 shiny objects, and 6 socks. Now pause the game, scroll down to Spongebob's Dream, and select the first spatula in the menu, across the dreamscape.
Really feeling it. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Oh. 40,000 by this point. Oh wait, I held back a little too hard there.
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Okay, and we already collected this one. And then he said, oh wait, he said to go. I think he said this one.
We're just going to collect one spatula here, so it's not really worthy of a title card in my opinion. But this one trick that we're going to learn here is a damage boost to get to the bouncing ball spatula early. So we're back in the dream with the bubble ball this time. And what we're going to do is climb up these blocks until we get to this one. Now this block with the spikes facing forward is what we're going to use to damage boost to the spatula. Jump on top of this block and quickly, because you need to bowl off the block while it's moving to get the maximum damage boost. Turn around and bowl off of this spike that's circled here. Now if you recall in part 1 I mentioned that these spikes have individual hitboxes, so it is important that you bowl off of this specific one, as it's the least likely to send you off into the abyss or just straight up not give you a damage boost at all. So yeah, if you bowl off this spike correctly, you should just get launched over to this platform with the spatula and you can just double jump and spin to get on top of it.
I've never done this. I didn't even know that was an option. That's pretty cool. I doesn't even lose too
so
much.
Now that you're on the platform, walk to the
compared
edge
to the
over here
frame
and
perfect
face
input.
the golden spatula. To grab the spatula, you're going to have to push forward and do 2 full jumps. And again, I emphasize that you have to get the maximum height out of these, otherwise you're not going to be able to grab it. Also note that you have to physically touch the handle of the spatula to grab it, so it can be a little bit of a tight jump. So yeah, push forward and space 2 full jumps to grab the spatula. If you do it successfully, you should start hearing the cheering noises and he'll break into his celebration pose once he lands on the ground. Now, if you're having trouble with either the damage boost or the spatula grab, here are some alternatives
thank you,
can
Anthony.
do to make it easier.
Appreciate
Climb
it.
up to the top platform, and then you can choose to go down the path if you're not having trouble with the spatula grab. Or you can bowl this wheel to spawn a ball, which you can follow down and then jump on to get to the spatula. The bouncing ball isn't that much slower if you're having trouble with the spatula, but if you end up using either of these alternatives, it would be beneficial to practice the damage boost and the spatula grab outside of runs, so that way you can implement them when you start getting more comfortable. Regardless of which way you chose to do this spatula, pause the game, scroll down to Mr. Krabs, and select the only silver spatula in the menu. When you load in, purchase all 8 spatulas from Mr. Krabs. And once the spatula counter says 28, head over to this fountain, double jump on top of it and bubble spin it on your way up. If you hit the fountain on the way up, the sock will spawn on top of you and attract you as you walk over to Shady Shoals.
That's so sick. Wait, that's so clean. You have to hit that one.
So that's... So that's... So that's... So that's... So that's... So that's...
Does SpongeBob grab them a little bit quicker? So like...
So that's...
Yeah, I can feel the vibration.
So that's...
It is literally a different thing.
Wow, mermaid.
So now you should have 28 spatulas and 7 socks. Upon entering Shady Shoals, go to the right and enter Mermaid Man's couch. We will now begin learning
The sock
first
here isn't
segment
worth
of the
it?
Mermalair.
That's surprising. Cause oh, actually, yeah, now that I think about it, the one in, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, no, that's because of SBA, that's why we grabbed that one. Oh, that's how we do this. Okay. You have to like jump back on the slide, I see. I think I have done this before for some reason.
Entering the Mermalair, the lobby section is mostly just walking in a straight line. However, there are some small things in this level that you should take note of, as they will be useful for the rest of the run. So even though we've had the Bubble Bowl for quite a bit now, this is sort of your introduction to universal Bubble Bowl tech. When you reach these blinking tiles, walk over the section that turns yellow, and time a bowling shot just before they turn red. This is a neat little optimization that'll damage boost you forward. Now you can jump around this electric gate, and when you reach this point on the ground, input another bowling shot forward, so that way you propel yourself into the cutscene as it starts. Now, bowling into cutscenes and area exits will be used a lot for the rest of the run. And this is because during this phase when you don't have control as the cutscene starts or as you're entering a level, the Bubble Bowl animation is still pushing you forward while you can't input anything. So it saves a little bit of time here and there. Now what you should not do is bowl into spatulas to collect them. This does not save time,
extends the animation.
because bowling into spatulas does not allow you to cancel the Bubble Bowl animation as you collect them. Spongebob has two main parts to his bowling animation. The first half, which is the part where the ball comes out, and the second half, which can be canceled by walking. So if you're locked into collecting a spatula, you cannot cancel the second part of the Bubble Bowl.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, bro.
You can't input anything. So just keep these things in mind going forward. They may seem small, but they add up a lot over the course of the run. Now, once you make it up to the platforms behind the ARF robot, we're going to set up the Mermalair lobby skip. This should be a relatively lenient trick as long as your full jumps and jump spacing are refined at this point in learning. Now to set this up, start walking past the rubble on the ground in the direction toward this bridge. Notice the little orange rectangle on the side of the bridge. Now walk in a straight line from the rubble to slightly left of the orange rectangle. And when you reach the edge of the platform outlined in purple, space 2 full jumps to grab the ledge slightly left of the orange rectangle. That's all there is to getting Mermalair lobby skip first try, but if you happen to miss it, there is a backup that you should know. So say at this point you're falling down, you want to make your way over to the wall over here and climb up the wall like this. You can climb up this geometry out of bounds like so, and when you reach the top you can space 2 full jumps to grab the platform that the spatula is on. This backup is for sure worth learning if you're struggling with the skip. So once you collect the spatula, you can go over and enter the Murmelair main chamber. And remember to bolt into the exit zone to save a little bit of time, as you're mashing the input to enter a zone. Entering the Murmelair...
Oops. I didn't know where the cutscene was at. I'm time to to back up. Yo, what's up, Andrew? How we doing, gamer?
The Murmelair. Squidward!
main chamber, you can use the bowling shot on this wheel to turn the platform. And much like damage boosting, you can also use the bubble bolt to boost yourself off of moving platforms. So when the moving platform with the wheel touches the next moving platform, you can push forward and bowl off the side of it to get a little bit of a boost. The fastest
Oh, dude,
boost
this
will
was
come
a
from
GameCube,
bowling right as you walk
PS2,
off the
Xbox
platform. Now switch to
banger.
Patrick and head over to the funnel machines. You have two options here. You can either walk around the TV to avoid Mermaid Man's text box, or talk to Mermaid Man to get his text box in case you fall off the platforms here. If you don't get Mermaid Man's text box, you're going to have to reload the level to the beginning of the main chamber, where you'll have to bowl the wheel and go all the way back there again. But if you get the text box, it only costs half a second to do, and you can just pause the game and reload to Mermaid Man. So do whichever you'd like, but I personally recommend getting the warp just because a half a second isn't much for a beginner, and the time that it would take to get back here is much more substantial. So for this first funnel machine, I'm going to slow it down a little bit just so you can see what we're doing. Walk to the edge of this second gray tile and don't touch the red one, otherwise the melon will break and you have to go back and get another one. When you reach the edge, toss the melon forward and make your way over to the circular platform where the button is. You will take damage from this, by the way, so don't worry if you get hurt. When you reach the circular platform, you will notice that the tiles will stop blinking. This is an exploit that ends the puzzle early. So you can turn around, grab the melon, do a 180, and throw the melon into the button. Now at this distance, there's a weird glitch where if you push forward and attack the melon in this direction, you can actually destroy it from over here. So face forward, destroy it, turn around, and head back to the main platform. That works. This section can be a bit more tricky, so I'll give you more than one way to do it. This first method is the fastest method. You can walk across these two circular platforms while they're tilting, just as long as you stay centered between them as you walk across them. Okay. When you reach the second platform, toss the melon to the platform with the button. The alternative way to get the melon to this platform is by walking up to the purple edge of this platform and tossing the melon onto the second
I feel
platform.
like this might be
Then
harder.
You can go to the second platform,
personally.
pick up the melon,
And
toss
slow.
it to the platform with a button on
You have
it.
to balance while you pick that one
This
up.
is the section during which you're at the highest risk of falling. So if this is something that concerns you, make sure you get the Mermaid Man warp before doing these. When the melon's on that platform with the button, you're gonna have to be quick to get over there, pick it up, and throw it at the button before it breaks. Turn around and head back to the main platform. This one is pretty easy as long as you stick to the plan. Grab the melon and walk along the purple edge of this platform. And when you get deep enough to the point where the cannon can't hit you, toss the melon to the button and you've successfully activated all 3 funnels. Now when you head back to Mermaid Man, he's gonna teleport you behind him, from where you should purchase the clam that's right next to you. After purchasing the clam, collect the golden spatula, pick up the melon, and use the catapult to launch yourself up to the towers of power. This section is going to be a lot easier than you remember from your casual experience. All you have to do is
What do you
start
mean?
on the left and hit every button in a row by slamming
That's
on
exactly
them.
how I did it.
So just slam
Slamming's
every
for sure
button from left
faster,
to
right?
And head back to Barnacle Boy as the cutscene plays. Collect the spatula from him and we'll start setting up the Murmulaire main chamber skip. Now as I've done before, I've prepared a video for you guys to watch on how to do this, so I'll go ahead and interject that now. Have a
Okay,
look.
we'll get to this point. Oops.
Ouch! Whoa!
Yo, what's up? I'm mad. Yeah, dude, we're gaming. Wow, I didn't not realize that was gonna happen like that. Try it again.
Up
Oh
we go!
yeah, we already have that one hit. Oh yeah, make sure you get some sleep. Long day. What is the trick here? Long week, got you. Well, hopefully you get a nice relaxing weekend. Hoping that for you. Okay, so I gotta tilt the bottom a little bit more as I walk up. Soft walking, that's rough. Luckily I did buy it, or did get the warp, so. Okay, got it there. Oh wow. Should I even try and make that jump?
Woo! Up we go!
Ah, gotcha. I wish you luck on getting all that sleep. Okay, let's go. Oh shit. Okay. This is a little bit harder than I thought it was gonna be. I'll get it though.
Woo! Up we go!
Dang, dude. I'm trying to be a little bit more to the right. Slightly right of center, maybe. Yeah, I think that's worth it. I don't know if that ledge grab is worth it. Should just do that, I think. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I don't have to be facing towards that watermelon, do I? That's beautiful, dude. Is there any reason not to just... It's actually slower to warp back to him.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I don't know if we hit the button or not. Wait, I did something wrong. Thought it would automatically stop me. I just kept going.
Ah, well.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
To start, face this direction in front of the slide and walk forward. If you have the correct angle, Patrick should slide into the corner and get stuck. Stay in this corner to build speed for around 5 seconds. During this time, pay attention to this lamp that's attached to the slide in the distance. After 5 seconds, jump to land right in front of this lamp and pull your control stick to the right to fall off the slide. Immediately after Patrick leaves the slide, perform a full jump toward the bridge in the distance. By full jump, I mean holding down the jump button rather than just tapping it in order to maximize your jumps. If you did this successfully, you should be able to delay and space the second jump to reach the gate to the containment system. As you follow over the gate, mash the trigger, button, or bumper that's used to enter. Note that on the GameCube version, entering an area is triggered by pressing the analog section of the bumper, not the digital pad under the bumper. So when you mash on GameCube, try to mash only the top section of the bumper. I've come across people who have tried learning the skip despite having the bridge activated from shutting down the security system. And you actually can learn this trick with the bridge down. Just make sure that you're aiming for the correct part of the bridge with the gate on it. Most commonly, people mess this up by not turning far enough right to reach the trigger. This can be fixed by falling off the slide a bit more before jumping, so Patrick has more turning freedom by being further removed from the slide. Less commonly, people mess this up by turning too far right.
What are you up to?
This is
I'm
really
learning
easy to
the
fix,
speedrun.
though. Just take a less extreme angle and make sure you're aiming for the
Also,
gate.
it's a
And
banky,
remember,
yeah.
when you make that first jump after building your speed,
This
make sure
might
you're
be
aiming
tough
for
to
the lamp
learn.
out in the
We'll see.
distance. By the way, this area can be pretty dark, so if you can't see what you're doing, try turning up the brightness on your TV. It sounds tedious, but it can help a lot when you're learning the skip. Now, before you actually attempt the main chamber skip, remember to hit this button that's behind Barnacle.
Okay, we do hit the button.
Despite being able to skip to
It is
the
out of
bottom fight,
date.
you still have to
It's
activate.
mostly fine though. Like Unbones was saying that there's probably only like 20 seconds of like time save outside of it as far as like the beginner route would go. Only a couple things you would change.
Activate all 4 of these buttons.
Maybe a better way of getting to the second hub area is probably something I might learn.
To
But
get a golden spatula from the Murmur
and maybe a better
hit
setup
that
for
button and you can
SBA.
start setting up the Murmur chamber skip as it was described.
Outside
in
of
the
that, I
tutorial
think
you
everything
just
else has been
watched.
fine.
So now that you've entered the villain containment system, turn around and exit back to the main chamber. The purpose of doing this was to activate the warp for later, because in part 3 we're going to use exploits called cruise boosting and L clipping to skip this fight. So once you're back in the main chamber, head right to the security tunnel entrance, and remember to keep bowling into those exit zones so you can save a little bit of time on each one. Security tunnel skip will be the hardest skip we'll cover in this level. And much like I said in the main chamber skip tutorial, keep the brightness on your TV up for this trick.
Oh, well,
because
I'm
it's
not going to
only
be doing
super dark in this
anything that's in
level
the
for some
current,
consoles,
like,
but
any
you'll also need to
percent
see the
run.
textures on the walls to
I'm
understand
only
how
concerned with getting a sub hour. So like even if a trick is technically slow, I will probably do it
to do the skip. And by the way, once
because it might be consistent enough to allow. I care about getting a sub hour as quick as possible. So whatever strats allow me to do
I'm
it.
finished explaining the primary methods for skipping security tunnel, I will show an alternative for
I'll
the
probably
first
just pick
level
the
skip
most
and the
consistent
second level
stuff, like
skip. So if you
the
struggle with the
most
methods I'm about
consistent of the most consistent things that would like allow me to do
to
it.
teach, just hang in there and I'll show the simplified
This is a beginner
methods
level tutorial, yeah.
after. Leading up to this skip,
This tutorial was made
destroy the
today
hammer
to
bot with a
use
bowling
the
shot
exact same
and
route.
dodge
That's
the
what
chuck's attack.
Shift was
If
saying,
you have
yeah.
to destroy the chuck while learning this trick.
Okay, let's go try that jump. Oof. A little bit more right. A little more right. Watch Shift streams at the very moment. Just watch Shift stream at this very moment. Look at his webcam. You might not catch him going schizophrenic. This run is not worth it, man. It's gonna be okay, dude. Telling you who, like I'm a friend, man. It's gonna be okay. We're just getting sub hour. Oop, I missed the ledge. It's gonna be okay. Whoa! Yo! I robbed there, bro. It was up for a frame. Got it. Should I just wait for him to bob 5 times there? Is that like a good like 5 seconds?
Gary, I see you've made your way down to the deep.
That's what I did that time. I was just like, what? See, most people count out loud. It felt like it was about like 5 seconds. Maybe I could, maybe I'll try next time. I'll try 4 and just go based off that 4.5, etc. I know this can be tricky because of the enemies, but it's overall not too bad.
And I'll show the simplified methods after. Leading up to this skip, destroy the hammer bot with a bowling shot and dodge the chuck's attack. If you have to destroy the chuck while learning this trick, just go over there and attack him with a bubble bash. That's also fine. Whatever it takes for you to practice it without being disturbed. Now you'll notice the sharp geometry on this platform we're going to use. Think of the geometry here as a pointer, and you're going to run off the geometry in the direction of the pointer for this trick. Notice the flower texture etched into the wall.
Enhance.
Run off the pointer, space 2 full jumps and a spin to reach the flower. Once you land on the flower, turn yourself more to the right and perform 2 more full jumps and a spin while pushing forward, which should in most cases land you on this invisible ledge. Sometimes you may have to try very slightly different angles facing this direction to make it work. It's pretty field-based, so you should experiment with it for yourself. But once you've landed on this ledge, double jump to the next section of the security tunnel. Now, the next section skip is a damage boost. Stand on the edge of this geometry right here, and wait for the electric beam coming out of this turret to pass over you. Now, this might seem obvious to some people, but to get Spongebob to bash through the electric here, you have to press the bash button slightly before the electricity goes over you, so that way it moves over you just as you reach the peak of your bash. And then time a double jump to land over the little peg that's extruding from the turret. Note that you have to jump onto this peg to be able to get up onto the cliff. If you land on the base of the turret, you won't have enough height to get up to the cliff. If you miss this jump the first time, the turret is on a cycle that'll actually turn around and meet you again if you stay in the same spot. So you can just try it again once it arrives. There are actually multiple spots here where you can do this, but be careful because there are some spots where it doesn't work. If you're bashing into the electricity and just getting sent straight down, you might be timing your jump too early. So try to wait a little bit longer after being hurt to double jump out of it. If you happen to land on the base of the turret, you might also be able to quickly jump onto the peg and then jump up to the cliff from the peg. There are a lot of ways of doing this considering this is a very movement-based skip, so just toy around with it and see what works for you.
Maybe it was a lot of time if you don't get that cycle.
And as mentioned earlier, I'll now show the alternatives for level 1 and level 2. Unfortunately, the only alternative for level 2 is going through the second part of the tunnel, but there's really no shame in having to do that as a beginner. There's plenty of time to work on the second level skip outside of runs and implement it to your runs later.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing any of that. I don't think this is too difficult. I wasn't even looking.
Walk up to the bot lurking around. Once you reach the top of the security tunnel, make sure you don't get killed by this ARF bot lurking around here. Just attack it from the distance again to move away from the button. Walk up to the button at around this distance and fully charge a bowling shot to hit it. The collision for the button is pretty indented here, so you're gonna have to really charge that bowling ball to get it to force its way in there. But once you've hit that button, collect the spatula for completing the security tunnel and enter the rolling ballroom. Now here it is very...
Oh boy. Well, let's get there first. Oh boy. All right, let's figure that out first. Try and see if I can figure out some consistency with it. I think I want to aim it a little bit more right. Oh. Yeah, okay. Stop spreading hate towards this man. Spongebob? Oh. Shift the speedrunner, dude. Am I spreading hate? Nice. Getting out of the peg is a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be. Oh yeah, he has like a group of people that's like trolling them or doing whatever they're doing. Yeah, nah, yeah, they don't even make fun of the guy. If that's what you guys are doing there. Speedrun an odd world game, not to my knowledge. That's interesting, that pocket there. Guess I'll just wait for this. Huh. It's interesting. Oh, gotta bait that out a little bit better. I see. And you really cannot ledge grab if you don't go off that peg. Just won't have enough height. No, I guess no. I tried. That's pretty close though. I feel like getting hit by that thing isn't the end of the world, but maybe it could be way worse. Oh, there's no ledge grabs. I see. No! No, no, no! Oh, I didn't know there'd be a... We have to get good to the backups too. I didn't know it would not let me jump up like that. Alright, too early. Yeah, that's tough. Is it really that? Like, I guess that's why do we even deal with the hammer guy? I feel like maybe it'd be more worth just to like avoid him. Then that way it could be a little bit more on cycle. If I don't get that first try. Hammer. True, I could like probably spin it. Could I just like go up here and or do I might have to hit him once at least. Probably hit him once, yeah. I gotta get used to menuing. Will this stream be part of the documentary? Yeah, probably. I see. Okay, maybe it is worth taking him out then. That probably would not have worked. I see that bull also kind of sets up that enemy. Oh my gosh. Too early again, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I think I got it. I think I understand now. Oof. Stoke. I don't understand anything. Maybe cut in a little bit more and then jump around so it doesn't shoot past that platform. Kind of like, I don't know. Oops. Make sure I turn. It's kind of fun running through here. I don't know what it is. Damn. Okay, you can't do like the coyote jump there. Dang. I guess if that fails, then yeah, we just try again. Dang. It's hard for me to tell which ones would actually hit and which ones wouldn't. Okay. At least I kind of figured out how to manipulate those. Okay. Next.
Important that you get the warp from Mr. Krabs by talking to him. We need the cruise bubble to clip into the rolling ballroom case, so we're gonna have to come back later.
Oh, so we do this in this run.
Button on the way out, and then head over to this gate that'll send you to the Murmler computer. The rest of this is simple. Just collect the golden spatula, bowl the final button, and then collect the golden spatula that is awarded to you for shutting down the security system. You have now completed Murmler 1. Pause the game, scroll up to Bikini Bottom, and select the second spatula in the menu, on top of Shady Shoals.
Okay. Feel like a world record soon, yeah, dude. We have to make me a new category just for me. I don't remember him doing that. Oh, it's because I'm doing the world record strats. That's why. And he's not. Obviously. Don't expect an uninformed viewer like you to know, you know. Gotta be in the know to know, you know? Aura, bro. Aura. Yeah, precisely. 2 days grind? This is legendary. A man has never grinded for more than 1 day.
In order for me.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting that to.
I have regained.
Oh, it's me right there. Okay. I do like that we stay in levels for a pretty significant period of time. It would make it a lot easier. Like it's pretty linear, is what I'm trying to say. Which is nice.
Rock Bottom 1 is again another
It's
level
dark
where
again,
we're
I'm
only
scared.
collecting one spatula, so I again figured it not necessary to put a title card here. For entering this level, quickly stand on this pad and bowl the button to activate the trampoline. It is extremely important, however, that you bowl this button before entering Rock Bottom, because you need to watch this cutscene now, as opposed to later. The reason why is because this cutscene will interrupt your block cycle for climbing shady shoals before Sand Mountain later. And not only does this save you from waiting later, it also lets you save a little bit of time by bouncing over the Rock Bottom taxi pad, which will allow you to save time entering Rock Bottom by accepting the taxi prompt while the cutscene's playing.
That's cool. That makes a lot of sense though. Like I wasn't even thinking about those blocks moving during a cutscene.
Bathroom boost, which damage boosts Spongebob off a Sleepy Time's attack to sequence break Rock Bottom and unlock the trench
is a little
advanced
tough, I
darkness
think.
early. Now to start this off, you have to break this floating tiki to knock these two wooden tikis down, which will create some steps to get on top of the bathroom. Be careful not to enter the zone where the Sleepy Time detects you, because getting hit will cause the Sleepy Time to start roaming around, and you can't set up the damage boost while it's moving. If this happens to you, pause the game, reload the level, and try again. Also, do not destroy the Sleepy Time robot, otherwise it won't respawn and you won't be able to do the
I didn't
trick.
know that.
But anyway, use the wooden tikis to get on top of the restrooms. Now once Spongebob walks past the pole under the right side of the sign, you'll have to fall into the detection zone for the Sleepy Time while still retaining your single jump. So this also goes back to that jump spacing we talked about in part 0, where you have to walk off the ledge just far enough to get noticed by the Sleepy Time, but also still retain your ability to single jump. So once the Sleepy Time notices you, immediately jump back onto the bathroom, and the laser beam will shoot you into the sign. Between being hit this first time and being hit the second time, you need to jump on top of the sign, between the two characters that resemble an M and a Z. If you stand on the edge of the sign, like shown here, the second attack from the Sleepy Time will knock you off the restrooms, and slide you against the platform, from which, just like with oil skip, you can either mash or time the bash button, and you'll retain your momentum over this gap. While you're airborne, if you get enough speed, you can double jump and land on top of the hot sauce, which will extend your damage boost, and then you can double jump out of that again, to extend the boost even farther. This is one of the most fun tricks for beginners to learn, because it's very lenient and super flashy. All you have to do now is exit the level over here, which will put you in the exit zone for the Trench of Advanced Darkness, and there will be a spatula to collect. Now once you...
Alright, let's try that out. Well, I guess I needed to go a little wider turn.
Welcome to the...
Oh, the rope!
Oh. Oh, wait, that can happen. Oh. Oh. He lasered me right through it. Ah, close enough. Dude, that sucks if that happens. Okay. Oof. Kind of just want to get the one where I can hit the hot sauce. Yeah, careful about that. I might be just standing a little bit too close to the sign after doing that. So he's pushing me underneath rather than into it. Not sure yet. You get boosted through, you still have time to jump on. Oh, okay, okay. Fair enough. It is tough though. You say near the right side of the pool? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because then you get hit into the pool. Damn. You want to be as close to the edge as you can get. Yeah, okay. It spinning instantly loses that. Watch EZScape beat Shift's record. Yeah, dude. Also, what's up, Robbie? Yeah, watch me do it. Hold my beer. Uh-oh. Do you mean close to the edge on as close to the edge as I can get on the sign before I jump on it or after? Oh. As so as close to the right side? Because, okay, what I was doing, I wanted to put SpongeBob's left foot on this little black mark here. Oh, it's not a pixel perfect trick or anything. This one's kind of lenient. There are some pretty crazy lineups though in this game. I need to light a candle and you'll get it every time. Okay, I'll try that out. Ah, gotcha. I can mess with this some other time. Ah, one more. This is one of those things where I just smoke up off stream and I just grind it out. It's gonna be one of those tricks. Wait, oh wait, where'd my jump go? I feel like I had that. Yeah, I have to work on the timing there. I don't know what happened to my jump. Oh wait, the trigger's right. Wait, where? That trigger's weirdly placed. Yeah, like I was mashing jump. I didn't know if me mashing was what messed it up there.
Once you got the spatula, pause the game, scroll up to Bikini Bottom, and warp back to Shady Shoals. We'll return to Rock Bottom in
back to
part
Shady
3
Shoals.
to finish off the Trench of Advanced Darkness and downtown Rock Bottom with cruise boosting. Because you activated the Shady Shoals cutscene earlier, bowling the button this time will just spawn the blocks.
I kind of get what they're going for with this.
You're gonna have to be quick for this, otherwise you won't be able to make the fastest cycle. So bowl the button and quickly jump on the trampoline as it's spawning, turn around,
it's right
and
next to that
blocks.
right there.
Keep in mind, by the way, that the cycle for these blocks begins when you load into the level, not when you press the button. So even if the blocks aren't activated, they're still invisible and turning. This is why as soon as you load into the level, you have to quickly hit that button and get onto the trampoline as quickly as possible.
Interesting.
If you're on the fastest block cycle, it should look something like this.
Cool.
Now once you've collected the spatula on top of Shady Shoals,
Sand Mountain?
extend 2 full jumps and a spin over the Sand Mountain taxi pad, which is on the ground right behind Shady Shoals. Much like for the Rock Bottom taxi pad, if you fall on top of it, you'll be able to call the taxi pad while the cutscene's playing, sending you to Sand Mountain.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I like that trick. That's cool.
Sans.
Okay, so Sand Mountain is a relatively self-explanatory segment. The tricks in this level aren't very difficult, but you still need to pay attention to this part because we collect a lot of socks and you can't miss any of them. To collect the first sock, jump off this ledge and hit the Sandman. Make sure that you do collect this though, because I've actually seen people walk past this sock without collecting it. Okay, walk up to the door for Guppy Mound, purchase it, and enter. When you load in, make sure that you accept the time challenge. I've also seen people just not accept the time challenge here. Now, just as a reminder before you go down the slide, if you've rebooted your console at any point during this tutorial learning process, you might not still have your hand disabled. So if this applies to you, go back to Bikini Bottom and disable the hand before going down the slide. Also, here's some more bubble bowl
music
tech
is a
for you.
banger.
If you bowled down a slide right as you walk onto it, you accelerate to full speed much faster. So when you walk onto the slide to start the time challenge, and you'll notice it again later when we go off the track, make sure you fire a bowling shot to speed yourself up. The first half of the slide is pretty self-explanatory, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Just make sure that you collect this sock on this ledge, and hit the approaching red button on the ground as well. This summons a sandball to land on the wall of Thunder Tiki's. On this part of the slide, we're going to have a couple of major track jumps, and if you're struggling with either of these, don't worry about using them in runs because they don't save much time, and are more so just small optimizations. The first jump through the billboard can be done by running off the slide and spacing 2 full jumps. The second jump can be more tricky if you're not on the Xbox version. Because the draw distance for NPCs is significantly lowered on the PlayStation 2 and GameCube versions, the chuck that's guarding this part of the slope will spawn in later if you're on those consoles. This means that he'll notice you later and therefore have greater accuracy for throwing his missile as you jump off the slide in this part to skip the next section. So to avoid this, you have to understand how the chuck's AI works. On the frame that the chuck throws the missile, it'll be sent to the direction that you're currently headed. So if you're already jumping off the ledge at this point, it'll throw the missile to meet you in the spot where you're jumping. However, if you're still pushing down the slide when the missile's thrown, it'll throw the missile behind itself because it predicts that you're going in that direction. So push forward until the missile leaves its hand, then veer off to the left, and space 2 full jumps off the track to cut through the rock. And under the track there will be a sock for you to collect. The rest of the time challenge is pretty self-explanatory. Just pay attention toward the end of the slide because there is a sock off the track, and you have to collect it. After collecting the sock, you should have 11 of them.
Smells like
After going through the finish line, double jump and let go of your analog stick to let Spongebob slide across the ice. If you give analog input while sliding on the ice, Spongebob will slow down. Unlike the robot guarding the button in Jellyfish Fields, input double jump and let go of your analog stick to let Spongebob slide across the ice. If you give analog input while sliding on the ice, Spongebob will slow down. Unlike the robot guarding the button in Jellyfish Fields, we have to actually destroy these robots to be able to hit the buttons behind them. So spin this first robot, turn and face this direction, and aim a fully charged bowling shot to this rock. Now if the robots on the ice don't get in the way of the shot, it'll ramp off the rock and hit the Thunder Tiki, which will blow it up and cause the robot next to it to explode, revealing the second button. So while this is going on, you can turn around and bowl the button that you revealed earlier, and then skate across the arena to the other button, hit that one, and a sandball will drop to destroy the fence. Now you can go grab the golden spatula, and when you're finished with that, jump in the teleport box, which will bring you back to Mrs. Puff, and she will give you a spatula as well. Now walk over to the exit for Guppy Mound, leave the level, and walk in this direction. When you reach this cliff, you'll notice that if you look down, there's a golden spatula in the pit. However, there's also a Chuck guarding it. So with what I taught you about Chuck manipulation earlier, avoid its missile attack, double jump into the pit, and collect the golden spatula. And by the way, you just did Frosty Bungee Skip, not particularly difficult. But if you do end up getting hit by Chuck, you'll unfortunately have to pause the game and warp back to Guppy Mound, leave Guppy Mound, and then walk all the way back here to try again. So just make sure you get that spatula first try. Okay, so that was a pretty quick one. Now pause the game, scroll up to Bikini Bottom, and select the 7th spatula in the menu, Infestation at the Krusty Krab. The beginning of the Krusty...
Hey, Shift. Hey, kid. All right. Okay. So this is for, I'm doing this for no other reason other than fun. I mean, I'll probably make a YouTube video, but I'm not doing YouTube full time anymore now. So I'm just kind of just doing whatever I want to do rather than needing or requiring any type of concept I want to be successful. And I can just literally only do what I feel like doing. It really doesn't change anything if you interact with my streams and whatnot. Probably won't even notice a difference. Probably just
I've gone down this hill 100.
be doing similar projects. I didn't take you as being rude, so you're all good. But I also bounce around projects a lot, so if you, I know some people are like, oh, I really enjoyed watching you speedrun this game. I kind of bounce around games, so you'd probably want to find like a dedicated runner or whatever games if you specifically like to watch those a lot. Oh, yep, I just saw it was gonna be short. Yeah, before whenever I was making videos and stuff like that, when I was like full-time content creation, I would have to like kind of make like a Venn diagram, and I would have games I want to do and games that I think I will do, or like videos essentially that I think will do well on YouTube, and then find ones in the middle slot of that. And like I'm just kind of slowly running out of those middle slot ones, and like I feel like with the amount of stress, like there's a bunch just kind of getting removed that normally I probably would do the projects, but because I wouldn't have enough time to do them justice, because I would need to upload a video within a certain time period, right? Like I just wouldn't be able to do it, give it justice, so I just wouldn't do it, right? So like this, I have no clue how long it will take me, but I don't have to worry about that, and I can just do the project because I'm not relying on that to be alive. You know, I mean, not because it's like making it sound more extreme than what it is, but yeah, it is how I pay for my rent and things. So yeah, kind of is like that. Now I just get to enjoy my life. Let's play for fun. Hey, I mean, YouTube has a job. If you have a niche that you can just like make a lot of content for,
Nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like
and like, you never get saturated, and like, I don't know. At the end of the day, it just kind of turned a hobby, like turning a hobby into a job in most cases is just going to kind of ruin it. Oh shit, I'm almost dead. But yeah, it's kind of why I took a little bit of a break. It was like to figure out what I want to do beyond content, and then get back to it once I'm all good and ready to go back to it, which is about now. I like doing both. I feel like streaming's a little bit easier, so getting back into streaming was kind of the move, and then I'll get back into videos soon. I do have a video fully made, by the way, so like if I do get a contract, like a YouTube contract of some sort, I could just take it and then again not just stress for a little bit. So yeah, we're chilling. Or I could just drop the video whenever I feel like. It doesn't have to have, I don't need spot, like that's the thing, is like before I wasn't really able to like turn down sponsors, and sponsors have strict, like that's what would stress me out, is like sponsors would have strict deadlines, and then I could just be getting horrible RNG in a game and have to make it like it just was not fun. That's why like when we got like people were like, man, he really was losing his mind during his bully streams. I'm like, yeah, dude, I was supposed to have a contract for like on like maybe it was like a July, let's say. I was supposed to have a contract for July and then one for August, and then instead what happened, they're like, hey, we actually need you to do 2 this month, and they told me like a third of the way into the month, and I'm like so yeah, I'm fucking losing my mind as the game is just the video is supposed to be basically done, and the game is just like trolling the actual piss out of me. Like it was bad, dude. Go to look at my clips right now, featured clips. Go look at that one and just be like, any of the bully clips around there, and with that context you have now, watch them and be like, oh. I see. So yeah, I'm not having any more of that. We're big chilling now. You're good, dude. Now, like, I don't think I'll ever get like as frustrated with mistakes, because it's part of the process, and I knew it was part of the process. It was just I had a deadline. Now I don't have any deadlines. I just like, it takes me an extra week, dude. I mean, sometimes I had projects like the Pokemon Emerald one where I got good RNG and I finished that project in 3 days, and then there's other times where I got bad RNG consistently, and it took me 40 days to beat Simpsons Hit and Run. It's like I don't play these games, like I only play these games maybe casually before I get into them, so I have no like, and I set high standards as well. Like I do take the speedrunning seriously, as you guys can tell. If you've been in the stream at all, you can tell I have fun with it, but I take it seriously. I try and push myself with any of the hobbies that I do, so I set high standards for it because I want to make like a good video. If I see a trick and I know I can do it, I want to do it inside the run, so I can like, it's not about like showing how good of a gamer I am off to other people, but it's like I've proven it to myself, and so I will put these difficult strats into the runs that I do, knowing that I'm probably not the skill level to do them, but know that, you know, I know that I can do it, and that also kind of added to it, because I would rather not be at a part in my video where it's like, yeah, you could do this strat which would save time, but I suck at the game, so I'm not gonna do it. And instead, this is like somebody better than me doing it. I was like, nope, I'm doing it. I guess that's a little bit of ego I got, and I can keep the ego now because I can just take however long I want. Haven't watched your streams since your Spyro days. Wish you all the best no matter what content you make. Keep it up and live your best life. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate it. Will do. I've actually been feeling like super solid lately, so cannot complain. All right, what are we up to next? We're at the Krusty Krab.
Crab fight. Again, test your chuck manipulations. So bait him to throw the missile away from you, make your way around the table, and hit him with the spin attack. Now, stepping on this thunder tiki that's under the shish tikis will ignite it and then cause the shish tikis to expand when you walk away. Therefore, the Shish Tikis will push the Thunder Tiki up to the top level, where the Sleepy Time will be in range of the explosion. So basically that means if you touch this Thunder Tiki and walk away from it, it'll do the work for you. Note here that there's another Chuck floating around the upper level of the Krusty Krab. He will notice you when you jump over the cash register. So again, we have to manipulate him. Where we're currently headed is on top of the storage wall. So therefore we have to lure the Chuck's missile away from that wall. As you're running to the condiment stand, push slightly right on the analog stick so the Chuck's missile goes away from the wall. Then jump on top of the condiments, and for this part you're going to have to be pretty quick, otherwise the Sleepy Time will knock you off the wall. Stay as close to the wall as possible, push forward and double jump toward the Sleepy Time. And if you time your spin attack correctly, you should be able to destroy the Sleepy Time before he attacks you. If he does get you though, you have to jump off the wall and run away from his laser beam, otherwise he'll just keep hitting you until you die. Once the Sleepy Time's gone, jump on top of this wooden beam and aim a fully charged bubble bowl into the Thunder Tiki sitting by this Duplicatotron. Most of the time, you will be able to destroy the Chuck as well with this Thunder Tiki, but sometimes the blast won't get
as a side note,
floating outside the range.
I probably will be, if two things occur, I will be back to full-time back to doing videos and streams full-time, like really like go crazy with it. Assuming a 3D Mario comes out, and if nothing comes out before GTA 5, then GTA 5.
In this case,
or
you'll
GTA
have to
6,
wait
sorry,
for the
GTA 6.
Duplicatotron to
Not
blow
GTA
up
5.
and then go after him with a spin attack. Once the top part of the Krusty Krab is cleared,
But that's like a full year away.
And take care of the biz boss.
Like I'm probably gonna do a bunch of Rockstar games as we get closer to it. That was my plan. I wasn't actually gonna do BFBB. I was gonna do San Andreas, but since the game got announced for like a year, I was like, I'll wait till after summer and then we can do a little Rockstar marathon. I felt like a full year of only Rockstar stuff leading up to GTA 6 was like a little overkill. So I was gonna pick out some other projects that I've been wanting to do. There's two projects that I knew I wanted to do. It's this, and then every Pokemon game, softlock %. Those are two projects I've been thinking about for a while, so I think I would like to get those out of the way, and then see what I want to do next.
There will be 4 of them roaming around. If you're low on health, try jumping on top of the barrels and tables to avoid their attacks. And
so every Pokemon generation, softlock them.
Barrels as well.
At least one game from every generation.
Once you've cleared the bottom floor and you see the yellow text over the screen with the fanfare, pause the game and warp to the first spatula in Bikini Bottom. This will automatically teleport you to Mr. Krabs, who will be outside of the Krusty Krab, so you can collect your 40th spatula and therefore have enough to enter the industrial park, which we are going to enter from the back by walking up to this toll gate and jumping on top of the rotator here. Oh yeah, and before you enter the industrial park, make sure that you have 11 socks. If you don't have this number, check back in this video to figure out which ones you missed. I've been calling for sock checks pretty frequently, so if you don't have 11, it's most likely that you missed some in Sand Mountain. And with that, we will enter industrial park and fight Robo Patrick to obtain the cruise bubble power.
Okay. Huh, I don't have the task for that. When would I have gotten that?
What's wrong?
No more fry cooking. No more.
Okay.
I feel like I should be working.
Oh wait.
Phew.
And we have 11 socks.
Do-si-do and around you go. That hot glue could melt anything. That's gotta stay. It looks like Spongebob has an opportunity here.
For Phase 1 of Industrial Park, all you have to know is that RoboPatrick's signature spin attack will last for exactly 10 seconds. So you can count to 10 yourself or use your timer, but after 10 seconds you should already be charging
Am I
a
at
bowling
ESA
shot to
this
hit him.
year?
That's really all
No.
there is to this phase. But in Phase 2 things get a bit more
I feel like every year I've done a big vacation. Now I just feel like staying home.
complicated.
Oh, dude. I don't know if I'll go back or not. I mean, I'd like to. I feel like I need to make an entire European vacation out of it. And I haven't quite thought that part through, so I need to think where I need to go in Europe and then plan ESA around it. Yeah. Think about it.
Now I will introduce you to a strategy called swing stalling. Swing stalling allows you to abuse the Texas swingers to hover over the arena while Patrick is spinning. Each time you lasso the swinger, boxes will drop onto the arena, and these boxes are especially useful for hitting Patrick for the next 2 hits. So to start a swing stall, jump off the ground and lasso the swinger, then double jump and lasso again, and keep doing this until you're above the swinger. At this point, you can keep jumping and lassoing.
I haven't
which will
even been to a
continuously drop
GDQ in a
boxes and
while.
allow you to stay above the map
Long
in
time it
safety.
feels like
so
at
once
this
Patrick
point.
stops spinning after the 10 seconds, hit him and go back to the main platform. Now what you'll want here is at least one
Although I
box
do feel
drop
like the
in front of
golden
this
days are
platform. But
probably
if you don't have any boxes
probably
dropped,
over
this skip
for
will
that.
work just fine if you stand on the edge of the main platform. So stand on the platform. 2 things get second, bit more, use more. Industrial Park, all you have to know is that RoboPatrick's signature spin attack will last for exactly 10 seconds. So you can count to 10 yourself or use your timer, but after 10 seconds you should already be charging a bowling shot to hit him. That's really all there is to this phase, but in Phase 2 things get a bit more complicated. Now I will introduce you to a strategy called swing stalling. Swing stalling allows you to abuse the Texas swingers to hover over the arena while Patrick is spinning. Each time you lasso the swinger, boxes will drop onto the arena, and these boxes are especially useful for hitting Patrick for the next 2 hits. So to start a swing stall, jump off the ground and lasso the swinger, then double jump and lasso again, and keep doing this until you're above the swinger. At this point you can keep jumping and lassoing, which will continuously drop boxes and allow you to stay above the map in safety. So once Patrick stops spinning after the 10 seconds, hit him and go back to the main platform. Now what you'll want here is at least one box dropped in front of this platform, but if you don't have any boxes dropped, this skip will work just fine if you stand on the edge of the main platform. So stand on the platform or on this box and
Hey,
wait for
J. King.
Patrick to drop
Welcome
the
to the
goo.
stream,
Once
bro.
he lands, he'll start to vomit. So now you want to time your jump with when he starts vomiting and just purposefully get hit by it. This trick is used to skip the vomit cycle after every hit in the sandy phase. So now that the goo is up, you've lost a little bit of freedom to walk on the ground, but this doesn't matter because you're going to be swing stalling anyway. So let him shoot his goo and make your way back up to the top of the swinger and continue swing stalling while he spins. Now hits 2 and 3 are a bit more tricky because he might land in a spot where boxes are not dropped. In this case, when he's done spinning, glide over to the area where he landed and swing on the closest swinger to him a couple of times. This will cause some boxes to drop near him, which will keep you safe from drowning.
Look at that! The robots.
After hitting him, quickly jump up and glide over to the nearest lasso. If you still have some boxes dropped down here, just go stand on those, and then he'll start his vomit cycle again, which we will interrupt by jumping into it. Repeat the strategies from the second hit for the third hit, but just make sure that you don't drown after the third hit. You can still take damage after Patrick is hit for the third time, because the third phase is not triggered by Patrick being hit. It's triggered by Patrick grabbing the lever to drop the goo for the third time. So after that third hit, just stay alive and let him do his thing. Also, here's a reminder to stay out of his way whenever he goes for the lever during these hits, because sometimes he will knock you off the boxes and you'll drown. Moving on to phase 3, which is the part that most people struggle with. You can stand on the edge of this platform or jump out closer to him, but either way, this will skip the third vomit cycle. Once you take your hit, start moving to the far left corner of the ring. This manipulation does require a bit of fast movement, so don't worry if you're not doing this perfectly for your first runs. So jump over his freezing attack and avoid his goo attack, and you should end up on the back conveyor belt like this.
Okay.
Now stay standing in this corner while Patrick starts to spin, and stay there until the spinning begins. Once he starts spinning, run back to the main platform in anticipation for him to land. The reason why we start the manipulation on this platform is because from his center position, RoboPatrick will end up either in the front of the main platform or on the right side of the stage. So this is why we're headed in this direction. So in this case, he did end up on the far right side of the stage. For these bowling shots, push forward and charge the bubble bowl against the conveyor belts. This will keep you in a relatively similar position while you charge up, and as you fully charge, just turn your control stick in the direction of RoboPatrick's back and
just
release.
about done with
These bowling
today's
shots
practice
will take some
session.
time to get down, so don't worry if you're not perfect at them for your first run. After RoboPat takes the hit, continue around the conveyor belts until you get to this corner, which is on the opposite side of the corner we used earlier, and do the same thing. Walk in place and let him start spinning. Once he starts spinning, run in the direction of the conveyor belts, which, if you're fast enough, should get you to the left side of the stage. For this hit, RoboPatrick is most likely to land on the...
I'll probably start out the stream with doing a run up until after this boss. Like, we'll start out stream, just run with some splits up until here, and then pick it up from
the main platform.
This fight. I'm still gonna be learning this fight today, though, so still gonna be here for a bit longer.
And for this specific one, he landed on the main platform. So you can jump to the main platform over here, which is not a very long walk away, and charge a bowling shot into his back. For the final hit, go back to the first corner we used, on the far left side of the stage. Repeat the same manipulation, and he should land on the front platform or the right side of the stage. So again, much like for the first hit, start running in the direction of the conveyor belts and meet him at the right side or the main platform. And again, he lands on the right side where you can shoot your final shot. There is a lot of variation in this fight, so it can take many, many hours to fully understand how this fight works and all of its possibilities.
Nice, dude.
Yikes! Looks like SpongeBob's in for a rough ride. Ow! I guess SpongeBob won't be winning that way. Great Barrier Reef! Look at that! The robot's made himself dizzy! That's the ticket!
Fuck. Trying to count in my head.
Do-si-do and around you go!
Oops.
Oh, and the robot is down! The robot better change. What is Sandy going to do to get SpongeBob unfrozen? Do-si-do and
I don't understand this. I don't get it.
And the robot is down. That hot goo could melt anything. Oh, that's gotta sting.
It's like the thing to grab it doesn't pop back up. Even then, like, dude, what the heck? What's my health at?
One more douse with that stuff, and SpongeBob will be back in the ring. Sandy will become a banana split after another one of those.
Did I not skip that attack, or?
Do-si-do, and around you go. That's the ticket.
Oh, did it? Okay.
That does it. SpongeBob is back in the fight.
Was I supposed to get hit by that? I can't remember now. I think I was.
It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. That's the ticket.
I see.
Do-si-do, and around you go. I see a
Yeah, I was probably too slow for that.
Here. The robot better change tactics and fast. Do-si-do, and around you go. And the robot is down.
Wild.
I'm sorry, Plankton.
Okay,
The
I could always like
Chum
pay a
Bucket
little bit more
Lab is locked
attention
up
when
tight.
Ship's doing that. Now we can do the thing. My goodness. Surprised I haven't gotten it once by accident. I've just missed every frame. Huh. Is it the surface I'm doing this on, or is it just the timing? I forgot that would blow that up. Oh, got it. Yeah, I gotta like lead with, yeah, I kind of get it. We'll learn more about this. I just wanted to do one little one. That's gonna be it for today though, guys. Not really feeling like throwing on a RuneScape stream after this, so I think we're just gonna call it, and then, well, good day of learning though. Learned like half the run. So tomorrow we'll try and finish off learning the second half. We'll start out the stream with like doing everything I learned today as well as I can remember it. And yeah, it's just like once I get into running the game, I could probably do RuneScape afterwards. It's just like learning the game is, or like learning any speedrun is very mentally draining. Once you have the information and you're just executing, it's not too bad. But like actually learning and trying to like absorb all of it, it's quite a bit. But yo, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Make sure you drop a sub on YouTube if you are new. Drop a follow on Twitch or Kick. We're live on all those platforms. And you guys can always watch on Kick if you want to watch ad-free, but I don't really run ads anyways, so whatever you feel like doing. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably start around the same time, 8 or 9. Yeah, I have the triple stream set up. I decided that I would use a plugin on OBS to multi-stream to YouTube and then one to restream, and then restream is putting on my Twitch and Kick stream. I don't know how my internet would do with 3 streams. Probably need to upgrade it and can't be bothered doing all that. So yep, I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Thanks again. I will catch you then. Peace out. Have a great night.